Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Budget Finance Economic Development Committee. Today is December 17th, and it's now 9:09 a.m. My name is Yukile Sugimura. I'm the chair of this committee, and I want to welcome all of you and also mention that this meeting is being conducted according to the Sunshine Law. And welcome back. Nice to see you.
Good morning, Chair. Feliz Navidad. I'm at my home. My husband's also here as well, Koa Hodgins. I almost said ooh, but that's not his name. There are no testifiers at the Paia District Office. My brother is called Ooh. My husband is not. But nice to see you all.
Good family. All right, nice to see you. And we have Member Johnson and Member Ooh Hodgins and Member Senensi. Member Johnson.
Hello, Chair, council members, community members.
Helene Kao, Executive Assistant, Office of Recovery, I think, or are you in the management office? But Helene is here in the chambers. From the Office of the Mayor, we have Patience Kahula, which is CDBDR Program Manager, and Department of Agriculture, Kali Arce, Director, as well as Jeff Jerkovich. You're all subject matter experts. George Ramirez, subject matter expert for CDBG. Carrie Robinette, Hazard Mitigation Grant Program. And from Santec, Lisa Davidson, Disaster Recovery Program Director. Kim Pujel, Associate. And there's lots more people in the chamber. Zabo, which is Legislative Analyst Trainee with a lot of finance experience. So we appreciate you being with us. Carla Nakata, Legislative Attorney. Leigh Deneen, Council Services Assistant Clerk, and we also have, I just went blank. Peter Hanano, sorry. I was gonna call you. So Santa is here visiting us this morning, and to extend the Christmas cheer. For those of you who are not in the chamber, we'll put some of the Santa goodies in your mailboxes. Okay, Tasha's asking for a new car. And let's see what Chair Lee is asking for. Oh, we have to.
Santa, I wasn't naughty.
You promise?
You promise.
Merry Christmas. How are you? Nice to see you, Alice.
Yeah.
Okay, at this time we have to call a recess.
Don't believe her. She was really naughty this year.
She was really naughty.
Santa. Charlie was very naughty.
We have witnesses.
Exactly.
Chair Lee, we have witnesses. They're saying you were really naughty. I'm going to call a brief recess.
Don't believe what she said, Santa.
Merry Christmas.
5 minutes. Okay, so 9:25. Welcome back to the Budget Finance Economic Development Committee. Thanks for taking a short break for Santa Claus to visit us. And so we heard that Member Kama wants a new car and that Chair Lee said she was a good girl.
And I want a truck.
And you want a truck? Don't over ask. Okay, so items on our agenda today, we have BFED 2132, discussion of Bill 184, amending Chapter 3.36 Maui County Code relating to grants, that's first, and BFED 2133, wildfire recovery grants and reimbursements, BFED 21.7, Kula Egg Park Phase 1, expansion update, and BFED 2134, employee retention and recruitment contract. Members, I will be taking testimony after presentation and opening comments for each of these items today. Do we have any testifiers that anybody wants to testify?
Chair, we have one testifier signed up.
Okay. Online?
Yep, Ms. Desiree Santiago.
Okay. So then testifiers wanting to provide testimony should sign up at the table out in the lobby or on the Teams link. Written testimony is encouraged and can be submitted via the e-comment link and at mauicounty.us agendas as well. Under the Sunshine Law, the chair will receive oral testimony for agenda items at the beginning of the meeting and as the item is called up. For individuals wishing to testify via Teams, please raise your hand by clicking on the raise your hand button. For those calling in, please follow the prompts via phone. Staff will add names to the testifier list in the order testifiers sign up or raise their hands. For those on Teams, staff will lower your hand once your name is added. We'll then call your name and or your phone number, whichever is your preference. At this time, staff will also enable your microphone and video. If you wish to testify anonymously, please notify staff. Otherwise, please state your name for the record at the beginning of your testimony. Oral testimony is limited to 3 minutes per person. If they're still testifying beyond that time, I will kindly ask you to complete your testimony. Once you're done testifying, or if you do not wish to testify, you can also view the meeting on Akaku Channel 53, Facebook Live, or mauicounty.us agendas. We will also do our best to take each person up in an orderly fashion. And staff, at this time, can you please call up the testifiers?
Ms. Desiree Santiago, please.
Desiree?
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. Oh, I saw you
You
the
guys
other
hear
day.
me okay? All right.
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm testifying on the BFED 21 parent 34 item for the employee retention recruitment.
Okay.
So my name is Desiree Santiago. I've been, I've worked at the state before. I just came from the county building department for 3.5 years. It was pretty difficult to get a job at the state, at the county. The waiting time to even be notified whether or not I was on the eligibility list for said positions took probably about 2 to 3 months, and then about another 2 months before you're able to interview, or that you get contacted for interview, and then you don't know until you've been offered it. So it's you have 6 to 9 month wait, and most people, I don't know anybody who can wait at least 6 months to get notified if they got the job or not. They're applying everywhere. When I about 6 months ago, when I was trying to look for better pay opportunities, I was stonewalled, just met with outdated position descriptions that I lacked the minimum qualifications for, had to wait for DPS to, this back and forth. I think I spoke on this previously. So it's just extremely difficult for people to sit and wait or fight for their requirements. And these are all outdated, like from the 90s. These things don't even apply. Some of these position descriptions are talking about Kiva or something that we don't even use anymore. Items and job descriptions that that department doesn't even aren't responsible for anymore. So I think taking like a fundamental look at what every single description is, posting and the minimum requirements. And instead of like blocking them, let the departments decide who they're going to interview, who will be, a lot of these positions are trainable. There's tests that are outdated tests as well, that they have to take that make no sense. Like the test I did for building permits really had nothing to do with the job, like itself at all. So it's just frustrating that, there's such a lack in the workforce, but there's people willing to, even with the small pay, because they look at the benefits, they look at the retirement, trying to do that. And they end up just going to work at Target or Chick-fil-A and getting paid probably the same amount as the clerks, which is really pretty shameful if you ask me. So, I think just kind of changing or like taking a really good look at what these positions are asking of people, and like I said, if they have customer service, if they can do Word document, if they know how to spell, if they know how to speak on the phone. I feel like anybody is trainable if they're willing to be trainable for any position. Anybody can learn something. So, I just ask, like, hopefully this company, I'm not sure what capacity, the retention and recruitment, what they're going to be doing, but it would be nice if they would look at the actual descriptions for each position and see what makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing your experience. Members, anybody have any questions for her? Member Kama.
Thank you for being here, Desiree. So my question is, you had offered such a well-rounded perspective, right, of your experience. Have you spoken to anybody at personnel regarding that?
I've spoken to the clerk as far as when they would email me and say lacks minimum requirements, when it was literally the same position elsewhere, but it was named different, and it's an open recruitment, so it's a different classification, but it was literally the same SR rating. It was actually less work. And how do I not, okay, for
You
instance,
just went
which I thought
silent.
was kind of ridiculous.
Oh.
A golf course, the Waihe golf course, they were looking for a clerk. Oh, sorry, can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay,
Sorry.
so the Waihe golf course, they were looking for a new clerk. And they literally asked me, what is your golfing experience? And quantify the amount of time. And I'm like, does mini golf count? I think just stuff like that is such a ridiculous ask of people. It's almost insulting. No, I don't golf, but I'm pretty sure I can, learn it. And I'm looking for the clerical portion of it. I'm assuming that's what you need, and not somebody to, I don't know. I just thought that, those kinds of things are so discouraging for the workforce that nobody wants to apply. Everybody I ask, they say, yeah, I've applied and I haven't heard anything for 3 weeks. And then I get an email saying that, I'm sorry, but you lack the minimum requirements, and you can get a hearing, request a hearing or an administrative review. And people don't have time for that. People just want to work. So I don't know. I think there needs to be real change in that
Thank you.
process.
Thank you for your testimony, because I've heard the same thing too from a whole bunch of other people. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair Lee.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Santiago. How many different positions did you apply for besides the one at Wai'ehu Golf Course?
So at that time, because this is, the most recent, which is 6 months ago before I started this job, I want to say 13.
13 positions?
Because if 13, 1-3.
And it took
1-3.
you an
Even if I didn't
average of,
think I qualified.
4 or 5 months to be notified that, let's say, you weren't qualified?
I think the average was about, the average time when my application was submitted, you get the confirmation email to when like a clerk from DPS would maybe about 9 to 12 weeks.
9 to 12 weeks, okay. Well, is it possible for you to send us an email with your suggestions so we can follow up?
Sure.
Okay, thank you very
Absolutely.
much.
Okay, next we have Member Hodgins with questions for you.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Des.
Hi.
Hi. In your testimony, you were saying that you took a test during, I'm assuming, the application process, and then that's not at all what you kind of did at work. I wonder if you can describe what the test was, or something similar.
I mean, it was basic. It's like if you don't know anything about building, but okay, let's keep in mind, these are entry level positions. These are not like, these are very entry level.
Yep.
But I do come from a building background, so I know how to read plans. It was just like count the bedrooms, simple stuff like that. And then the fee schedule, which we all know is kind of a nightmare to calculate it, especially if you haven't done like long multiplication, and you can't use the calculator. Just the terms, that if you're not used to the terms. But like I said, it had really nothing to do with what we actually did. Was we processed applications, entered them in Kiva, wrote the numbers down, routed them. I mean, it's such, so many different things, and it was all trainable, is what I'm trying to say. So if we're blocking people who want to learn and maybe get into the county, get into the building, that would have been the best position for them to start. But then you have this test that is super difficult. And of course, we don't calculate our own fee. Like even Kiva did that with evaluation. MAPS now does that automatically. We don't have to do any of that math. It's automatically calculated. And now more so, you need people that are more tech savvy, because you have like the greatest engineers and reviewers, and they get stuck because they have no idea how to navigate maps. And that's what causes a lot of the delays on the other end. So a lot of the old timers ended up retiring because they did not want to learn maps. So we're just, in this new age, which is really hard, that we have to change the way that we are recruiting in order to be able to get the quality people in. Because what's the point of doing all that, going through DPS, interviewing, selecting, and then the people come in and they can't do the job.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thanks, Des.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anybody else have questions for the testifier? Seeing none. Okay. Thank you very much for sharing your
All right.
experience.
Thanks, guys.
Next testifier.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Chair, that is the end of the testifiers that have signed up to testify, but we see someone approaching the podium.
Aloha kakahiaka, aloha kako, aloha akaku. Ohio, Luna Ho'omolu, Kashiwa Sugimura. My name is Jimmy, and all I want for Christmas, Santa Claus, is a cardboard dumpster in my town of Waiakoa. Thank you, and depending on you, who you ask, I've been good or bad.
Any questions for the testifier? Seeing none. All right. Any more testifiers?
Chair, that is the last of the testifiers that we have. I will provide a brief countdown for anyone that wants to sign up. 3, 2, 1. Seeing none, Chair, no one else has indicated that they wish to testify.
Okay, thank you very much. So with your permission, I'm going to close public testimony for this section at the beginning of our meeting and receive written testimony. Thank you. All right, so we're going to go to the first item, which is Bill 184. We have Susie Thiemann here sitting with us as a resource, as well as we have Deputy Director Mata'afa, Samalu Mata'afa, there he is, online. And this is a Rule 7B, and as you know, at the, we already had first reading, it passed first reading with the chair of the Housing and Land Use Committee recommendation, passed first reading on December the 6th. And today is information only, so I'm going to defer this. And hopefully, if you want to, after receiving this information, we'll pass second and final. It's on the agenda for the December 23rd council agenda. So at this time, then, I want to ask Deputy Director Mata'ava to give your opening comments, and then we'll hear from Ms. Thiemann.
Thank you, Committee Chair Sugimura, Vice Chair Kama, and members of the BFED Committee. Again, my name is Salmadu Mata'afa, and I'm the Deputy Director for the Department of Housing. The department is here today to respectfully request your support for Bill 184 and its passage on second and final reading. The goal of Bill 184 is to allow the department to administer grants under Chapter 3.34 directly to individuals. So this will help us expedite the financial assistance that we'll be giving out to homeowners under the Ohana Assistance Program, and it will continue to add more affordable units into our inventory. So we are happy to be here today, the department, and to answer any questions. I would respectfully request to also recognize Buddy Almeida, our County Housing Program Administrator, as a resource for today's meeting.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Does Buddy Almeida also want to say a few words?
No, we'll defer to him for more technical questions, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Thiemann from Lokahi Pacific, you want to say anything regarding this? I guess you had a contract, right, to administer this program?
What we had was a service contract. Thank you, Chair, by the way. What we had is a service contract to do everything except the awards to the individuals. The difference between the service contract and a grant was strictly covered in that, and it was discovered well, let me start with the beginning. As everybody knows, that the applications were open in the month of July, closed on July 31st. We did the judging, finished the judging on August 9th, and it wasn't until November 27th that the Housing Department found that they had incorrectly drafted the service contract. And I believe that's when this was uncovered by someone in Corp Counsel, that the county cannot give grants directly to individuals according to Chapter 3.36. It kind of stunned me because I know that the other programs that are in the homeowners programs under 3.34, the first-time home buyer and the individual development accounts have been in process for years, 15 to 20 years. And it was my understanding that those were all direct from the county to the individuals. We didn't understand why there had to be a change if those were operating correctly. I guess my biggest concern at this point is if Chapter 3.36 is changed, can there be something in the change that identifies what types of programs? Otherwise, it appears to me that perhaps any department can start giving grants directly to individuals without going through the nonprofits or the for-profits that I think was meant to give some credence or stability to the whole program of grants. To me, it opens a can of worms, if I can use that expression, and maybe does something that we don't want to have happening in the long term, or that broad. Perhaps there's a way to amend it, but put a stipulation in there, something directing it to a certain program, like the home buyers program in 3.34. I don't know. I like the fact that 3.36 talks about be a profit organization or a nonprofit or an organization that has bylaws that talk about the same criteria or purpose as what the grant would be for. just to change it, to open it up to individuals, really bothers me. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Anybody have, gotta do testimony again, right? All right, do we have any testifiers?
Chair, there are no testifiers signed up.
Okay. So last call for testifiers. I'm gonna close public testimony, receive written testimony for this first item. And now, members, anybody have questions for any of the resource people? Member Kama, which was in your committee, Chair Lee, which was your program, and then we'll just go down the road. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So, the last statement I heard from you, Ms. Demon, was that it's troublesome to you that these grants will be made to individuals under this particular program. What is that that's troubling to you?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear that, but I think you were saying I was having a problem with.
That it was troubling to you that grants under this program
Right.
would be given to the individual homeowner.
Yes,
Okay,
the intent of our involvement was that we would do all the legwork, so to speak, and that the actual grant process would be done by the county. And that was stipulated in everything from day one. We had an issue a couple of years ago when we did the fencing grant for the farmers.
Oh, yeah.
We had a great program worked out with OED's director on how we were going to administer that. As you recall, that was an emergency grant to get the money out, get those fences built as quickly as possible. With a change of director, that whole thing fell apart. And what was supposed to take a year ended up taking a little over 2 years to do. And that bothered me because it was an emergency. And some of the farmers had to wait that full length of time to get their fences up. I did not want to be involved in anything like that with this program because, again, it's an emergency situation. We wanted this to move as quickly as possible. That's why we did our work, like I said, with the applications in a month. 2 weeks later, the judges were finished with the judging. Everything was turned over to housing. Matter of fact, on August 23rd, Housing told us that Corp Counsel was working on the 3 documents, the agreements, the liens, and the deed restrictions. We expected, by September, the grants would be going out, and it didn't happen. I don't have a problem with the county giving grants to individuals, but I think it should only be certain things where the individuals are directly impacted. Like this. I think the home buyers program, and probably all 3 of them, would fit the criteria of amending this piece. But I don't think it's appropriate for every grant from every department.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Chair Lee.
Thank you, Susie. Well, first of all, our focus is only with housing,
Right.
not the other departments. And it's taken probably a year and a half to move this ordinance. Okay, so you talk about August 23rd, you're talking about this year.
Yes.
Yeah, but it was passed the year before. So this thing has been dragging.
Right.
Dragging. We have a crisis, and for some reason, something as, to me, simple as this is fumbling and stumbling along. And so, I think it's important that whomever is going to implement this program work out the details, because it's really not the council's kuleana, to get involved in the finer details. And so I'm hoping that the department looks at what is going to work, and the adjustments can be made later if there are easier ways to accomplish the objectives. And nothing is set in stone, so I don't know why this thing can't move forward. The thing about giving grants to people directly, it's really not grants. It's really giving them reimbursements. Reimbursements for if that's the way it's happening. It's like if I'm a grantee and I pay a contractor $50,000 to build a portion of the ADU, that money would go to the contractor, yeah?
Right.
Okay, so there is, I'm sure, a process where you have to prove that there is an expense for, a bona fide expense for $50,000. That's not rocket science, you know, so I don't know, things have to move. And this is the legislative body. We're not supposed to be delving into the details, because sometimes we might make it worse. But really, because we're not going to be involved on a regular basis. We're not in the field. So all I can say is that this council is desperately waiting for this to move. And we thank you for all of your, all the work you've done so far to make it happen. It's sad and it's unacceptable that it hasn't moved to where it should be today. And there are hundreds of people could have been moving into their homes already.
Yes.
And then not only that, oh yeah, I did have a question. Is the average request 100,000 or what is it?
Yeah, for the most part, there were a few people who came in with less because they had a contract proposal from like Hansador or somebody like that who said, here's the finished price, and it was like $85,000. So that's what they asked for. But for the most part, because they were doing kind of not really piecemeal, but they had a contractor who would have subcontracts, they had to leave it open and ask for the max of 100,000. If they spent less, that's what they would get paid.
Thank you.
Thank you. Member Paulton is excused from this meeting. Next, Gabe Johnson. Member Johnson, do you have a question? Followed by Member Rollins.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Who's our corporation counsel today?
Christina Toshikio.
Toshikio, are you here?
Yes.
I have some questions for you.
Sure, I'm here, Member Johnson. Thank you, Chair.
So thank you, Ms. Toshikio. The grants versus contract issue, can you elaborate on that? Because we give micro grants in the Department of Ag to individual farmers. Why is this different? And did we have to go, first off, I want to know why this is so slow to actually enact. And then secondly, if you can get into the grants and contract debate or issue.
Just in general on the grants versus contracts.
Why is it that for this position, this situation, this pot of money is being languished after our whole town burned down, and we can't get this money to folks who are willing to build an ADU in a year and a half? And it's because of our grants versus contract concern. Can you elaborate on that, Ms. Toshikio?
It's part of the requirements under the Hawaii Procurement Code. When we enter into contracts, the contracts are basically payment for goods, services, and construction, and grants are exempted from that. So where we struggled with is how do we pay through a contract disbursement of grants, because typically it's a reimbursement for costs for goods and services that the contractor has provided. So I mean, it's pretty highly technical on that end.
Okay,
I think the
let me jump in here.
Oh, sorry.
So just for that, go ahead.
I just want to say really quickly that historically, the grants that are paid to individuals have been through another grantee. So for instance, Lokahi Pacific and some of the programs they described, we would grant the funding to Lokahi, and Lokahi would then disperse in individual grants. So that's historically how these programs worked.
So Director Samalu, why did it take a year and a half for the department to do something like what Ms. Toshikio was describing? Why is it so slow?
Thank you, Councilmember Johnson, for that question. Ultimately, for us to go back and kind of add a little bit more context, the funding was initially recognized as a contract. And then throughout the process, we discovered around summertime that contract needed to be turned into a grant. And so we went through the process of making a grant to Lokahi Pacific and going through that amendment process to switch over the funding source from a contract to a grant. And the vendor chose to end that contract at the end of November. So we're at the process where we're trying to get the funding back into the department. We believe that's the most expeditious way at this point in time to get the funding out to the homeowners, is for us to take the funding back and move it out to homeowners. It's not our preferred method. We would prefer to be able to execute a grant agreement with a vendor, but for us at this point, and because we have so many pending applications, we'd like to bring the funding back into the department to make sure that we can get that out as expeditiously as possible.
And, you know, the guy, I know my time's up, but we had someone, Claude, he called me, he's running out of money, his place is half built. And it's going off the discussion he had with the department and everybody on this program that he was going to be able to get the funds. Now he's got a half-built unit, then it's good for nobody. But my time's up, and second round, we'll discuss more of that, Deputy Director. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Johnson. Next, we have Member Rollins Fernandez, then Member Cook.
Mahalo, Chair. Okay. I'll dovetail off of Member Johnson's set of questions. So this program is now different because from the Farmers Micro Grant, because it's now going to be issued directly from the department instead of the department to a fiscal sponsor, to as a grant manager to the recipients. And just to clarify, that this is the route we're going now, because there was a mistake made when issuing or allocating the funding via agreement to Lokahi Pacific. It was accidentally made as a contract instead of a grant.
Is that a question for the department?
Deputy,
Okay.
He's gonna speak.
That's correct, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Okay, mahalo for that clarification. Okay, and then I do understand that when we had initially approved the funding into the budget, that it took some time to develop policies, procedures, and then the contract itself. So I know, I remember that we did put funding before policies were in place to issue the funds. So I understand that part of it. Okay, so the bill that's before us now is regarding 3.36.150. And just to clarify, this just carves out an exception for 3.34, which is the homeowner programs revolving fund. So grants that is only coming from that, because I heard Ms. Thieman's concern, aloha Ms. Thieman, was regarding giving an exception to all grants. But this bill doesn't do that. This bill only gives that exception to 3.34. All other grants would have to follow 3.36. Is that correct?
Thank you, Member Rollins Fernandez, for the question. Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and then the purpose for this is because it's going to be grants coming directly from the department instead of a fiscal sponsor.
Thank you for the question again. That is also correct.
Okay, and then I guess the piece that I'm not fully understanding is why. And I don't know if it would be for you, Deputy Director, or if it would be for Deputy Corp Counsel.
I'll take a first stab at it, and then I'll pass it over to Ms. Toshikio after. So for us, our goal is to increase our affordable housing inventory, and looking at all the different possibilities at this point in time, the most efficient way to get funding out to these homeowners is for us to bring the funding back into the department so that we can hopefully get this bill passed, Bill 184 passed. hopefully at the next council meeting, and then be able to move forward and get this funding out. It has been a lag.
I understand the goal, Deputy Director. I'm sorry for cutting you off. I understand the goal, and I support that intention. My question is, why this mechanism? So, like, why is this exception to 3.36 required? Why do you need that? I don't understand that part of it. And so maybe Deputy Corp Counsel can explain.
Yes, Chair. And yes, Member Rollins-Fernandez, if I can take just a moment to kind of dive into that. When we reviewed Chapter 3.36, there was a couple of places that would have been inconsistent with granting to individual homeowners. So for instance, an applicant would have to be, as Ms. Thiemann mentioned, either a nonprofit or a for-profit. So then of course, the individual didn't fit there. As well as, some of the reporting and application requirements, would not necessarily fit with an individual homeowner applying for grants. But then we ran into Chapter 3.36150 that basically has that catch-all language that says all county grants. And my reading of it, that would include the individual homeowner grants under 3.34 would all be subject to the requirements of Chapter 3.36. So those were several of the issues. And rather than just, basically rewrite 3.36 to create a separate category for individual homeowners, when this body has already put in a lot of the work for 3.34 for the Ohana Assistance Program, all of those types of requirements, I just felt that it might be easier to just exempt those types of grants because as far as I can tell, these are the few grants that we, out of everything the county grants and all those different contracts for grants, it's a relatively small number in comparison.
Mahalo, Deputy Corp Counsel Toshikyo. That all makes sense to me now. Mahalo, Chair.
Yeah, so I let the questions proceed because I think that's the crux of this whole discussion. Thanks for that clarification, Member Rollins-Fernandez. And that was over 3 minutes, but understanding why. Member Cook, then Member Hodgins, and Member Senensi.
Thank you, Chair. My question.
I know it's the question that everyone had.
Thank you, Chair. My question is for Susie. How many applications did you receive, approximately?
The total number of applications was 114. Of those, 53 were complete applications. The number of applications with building permits, which was number 1, was 18. The number of applications with applications for building permits was 35, and the number of incomplete apps was 61.
And could you briefly describe the scope of work that your contract conveys? Like, people would make the applications to Lokahi. Did you generate the forms, or was that something that was part of? If you could I know it's a big deal, but if you could kind of give me a thumbnail sketch of what your scope of work was and when you passed the baton to the county.
Sure. We created the application, put it on our website, also gave it to the housing department to put on their website. As people called with questions, I took all of the calls personally. We were under the understanding that there were a lot of people who had permits for building their ADUs, but during the time that it took to get the permits, the cost of doing that had risen to the point where they could no longer build them. And so this was, as Chair said, this was, let's get it done now. Let's get this money out there. And so I took each call personally. We're talking about like 400 phone calls during the month of July. And it's not that I didn't trust anybody else to answer the questions, but you know how people can get where they say, oh, but somebody in your office told me this. And so we made it a very close situation and I made exact notes on what was said and what was discussed in all those meetings. As Chair knows, we sat down one day and went through it. And so the whole point was that by the time it closed, the people who had those permits, we thought would have turned them in. Now, if we ended up with only 114 applications, obviously those hundreds of people either didn't get the word that it was open or decided not to, or had already gone ahead and billed. one of the main criteria was that you could not have started on the project. It had to be shovel-ready, but not in process. So we did the judging. I had the team that judged was my construction team from when we do housing projects. And they came in and went through them all and judged them, did a terrific job. We turned the reports in to the housing department, I think it was like August 16th or so. We expected things to move because we had already heard from them that they were working on these 3 documents, which is what was needed. The reason we did the contract for service instead of getting a grant for it was exactly those 3 documents. We didn't feel that we were capable of handling the legal side of things, and we certainly weren't going to be the ones chasing down if people broke the contracts, et cetera, when the county has all the lawyers they need to accomplish that. So when that was done, we thought it was in the hands of housing to move forward.
Thank you for a very comprehensive clarification of your thorough work. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, Member Cook. Member Hodgins, followed by Member Sinensi.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for everybody coming here and helping us figure this out. Member Rollins Fernandez and Member Johnson asked my what and why question, so I'll ask the how question. How long is this going to take after this is passed for people to get money in their pocket so they can start building what they need to build?
Department.
Thank you, Member Hodgins, for the question. So there's actually 2 pieces here. The first one is getting Bill 184 passed. And then there's a separate budget amendment that I believe will be transmitted for the council to hear next week on December 23rd, which recognizes in the FY25 budget the funding that's required for this program to move forward and be operated out of the department. So it takes those 2 things legislatively from the council to move this forward. And then from the department standpoint, we are currently working on templated grant agreements, which will be ready around mid-January. And then there's also some lien documents that we will also be submitting. And so once we're able to get both the Bill 184 passed and then also the budget amendment passed, we will have at that point the documents ready to send letters out to all the applicants who have applied and were ranked and scored by Lokahi Pacific so that we can start executing those grant agreements and getting the funding out to them. So we anticipate maybe around February getting the funding out if all goes well, and legislatively we're able to get Bill 184 passed and the budget amendment through the council.
Okay, thank you. That's pretty much all I have. Please let us know if you need anything. This is such a good program, and we really need people to build what they need to build so they can continue to live here. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Good series of questions. Next, Member Sinensi.
Thank you, mahalo. Some of my questions have been asked already, but just for Ms. Steve Gilman, so are you okay with passing Bill 184, just for clarification, or you don't see you guys being able to administer the funds even if we pass Bill 184?
Ms. Thiemann. Yeah, I think so. You're asking for Ms. Thiemann, right?
Yeah. Right, council member. Like I said in my opening comments, I'm concerned that it could be picked up and used by other departments unless there's some sort of a stipulation that this applies. And I think somebody said it does. This applies strictly to the home buyers or the homeowner programs in 3.34.
Okay.
As long as that's
Thank
in there,
you for
I'm
that
okay.
clarification. Oh, okay. Thank you for that clarification. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Sinensi. So members, in Chair's agenda on the 23rd, and there is the letter that talks about it, which is item number 3 on Granicus. And the purpose of the proposed bill is to amend fiscal year 2025 budget amendment for the special revolving funds for fiscal year 25 homeowners program revolving fund to increase the estimated balance as of 6/3/24 by $2,718,266 and add conditional language authorizing the use of funds for Ohana Assistance Program in the amount of $2,718,260, same amount, $66. So that's in the council agenda. So members, anybody have any more questions for this? Chair Lee.
For Deputy Director Mata'ava, are you guys shorthanded in housing? Shorthanded with regard to implementing this program? I'll tell you why. I got a call saying that people were trying to get more information on the Ohana Assistance Program and were told that whomever is in charge was on vacation. And she was on vacation for 2 weeks. So only one person answers the phone on this project, or do you share, responsibilities? That's why I'm asking, are you shorthanded? Is that why the public doesn't get a response? Or is it because you just have a dedicated person in charge?
Thank you for that question, Council Chair Lee. And yes, I'll say overall, the department is shorthanded. We are pending a couple of new expansion positions that will be coming to you guys shortly. And then we do have some positions that are posted and we're hoping to fill by the beginning of the next year. And if we are able to fill those positions, it will take a heavy burden off of the staff that are currently managing this program. So yes, we do have one person dedicated to this, and she is one of our STAR specialists who has helped, set up the guidelines for the program, understands, the program requirements, and actually set aside a plan of how to implement it from the department moving forward. So getting her extra help, we'll be keeping close eyes on the program, both Director Mitchell, myself, and then County Housing Administrator Almeida, who's also on the call, to make sure that this is our priority, and we do want to make sure that this gets funded. But yes, we are shorthanded overall, and extra help would be appreciated. But we do have right around the corner the ability to fill some of our vacant positions.
Thank you.
Chair?
Yes. Member Rollins.
Member Paulton is in the meeting. Member Paulton is in the meeting.
I don't see her. There she is. Okay. Member Paulton, welcome.
Thank you. I'm at Maui Memorial with George in a private room, but my question was, a lot of the survivors were really disappointed that they wouldn't be able to take advantage of this to rebuild their houses. They were told this is only for new housing and not rebuilding housing. And I just was wondering because, realistically, we're looking for housing to house people. And, over 35% of owner-occupied folks are at risk of foreclosure. The foreclosure moratorium isn't extending beyond January emergency proclamation. So I was wondering if that was something we could fix with this bill as well.
Deputy Director, is that a question for you?
Anyone who can answer it.
Is there a specific amendment you would make to the bill, Councilmember Paulton?
I don't think so.
I would like to amend it to say that, if people are rebuilding an Ohana unit for them or their family to live in post-fire, that they could also be eligible. People have called me up, really upset that, you're trying to make people who have homes that they live in more wealthy by being able to rent things out, and they're just struggling. They didn't have insurance. They don't have enough insurance. They don't have a place to live. They've been moving over the past 15 months. Why aren't we offering them the same kind of assistance?
Chair, if I may. Thank you for that, Councilmember Paulton. So this legislation specifically targets ADU, but doesn't prevent us from working on other solutions to add financial assistance for those wildfire survivors. So I
Yeah,
will
but
say that maybe
it's
this
wildfire
program.
survivors that want to build ADUs.
Okay, so if it's for wildfire survivors that want to build ADUs, the program was set up to be comprehensive for all Maui County residents, regardless if you lived in West Maui, Upcountry, or South Maui. What comes down to is how we score the application. So if you have permit application, if you have your permits in hand, you would score higher than somebody who doesn't have their permit. So that might be one of the things that we could look at within the program to see how we could maneuver the funding and financial piece. But the way that the scoring and ranking works is it is available for, it's more readily available for those who have the permits in hand and are able to go with the rebuild. So I'm not sure if there's a disconnect between.
My constituents were directly told that they can't use this to rebuild their ADUs. They were told, I mean, they can go through the expedited permit process. They were counting the 100 grand before it even came. They ended up having to foreclose their property. You know, it's, they listened to all the propaganda the county put out, and they made some financial moves based on it, and now they lost out, you know?
So Member Paulton, I'll ask Ms. Thiemann to answer. Are you done, Deputy Director? Ms. Thiemann.
No, I can.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I can have Ms. Thiemann answer. Thank you.
Okay. You spoke to every single phone applicant and took all the phone calls. So do you have something to add to this? She raised her hand.
And thank you, Chair. I just wanted to add that we, in going through the process and all the phone calls that we got, yes, we did, Councilmember Paulton, we did get a lot of calls from Lahaina. When there was somebody who had, let me back up a step. The process for this particular grant was started, I'm trying to get my timeline straight here. Again, it was started because of all these people who had permits already in hand. So one of the criteria for the judging was that a completed application with a permit got priority. If they had put in an application for a permit and had a completed application, they were like in the second tier of the awardee list. Questions that we got were from people who had not even begun the process, were still involved in the FEMA and all the different people who were working with them, just trying to help them keep their lives together. And when they call and ask about it, the question that I
would take 7 to 14 days. You know, we can do expedited permits for the wildfire survivors. It could take 21 days, you know?
Right, yes, I understand about 4-leaf. In my conversations with the folks, I told them that if they wanted to do an application, we would be looking at it from the standpoint of what are you building first, the ohana or your main house? And the questions for most that came out from most of them was that they only had enough money to do the ohana. And so we said, well, you know, you have to be living on the property, excuse me, to qualify for this grant, according to the rules. Now, if there's another round, certainly they would be welcome to jump in because the criteria may be different. But just for your reference, out of the 16 people that qualified with permits, 5 of them are from Lahaina. Now, I can't tell from the addresses if they were in the fire zone, but at least there were 5 of them in that section. And we tried to encourage them to, if they could, put in an application. If they were going to be living in the ADU or the ohana unit while they rebuilt their house, we thought that perhaps was a qualified way to go about it. But as soon as their house was finished, they needed to move back into the house so that the ohana unit could fit the criteria and the requirement under the affordability piece. And we knew that that was going to take time.
just
There's
to
no
let
way
you
they
know,
were ready to
that's
do that.
Not the feedback that I've been getting. They've been telling me something different and, you know, calling in tears.
Okay.
I can't hear.
Oh, that's not the feedback that she received, is what she said. Tamara Paulton said. Okay.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Member Johnson, are you done? Member Paulton?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. So I guess my question's for Susie. Has Lokahi been getting paid for this service over this year and a half, or when did you guys start getting paid for the service?
We got paid for the 6 weeks that we worked on the project.
6 weeks?
Basically, right? The month of July when the applications were open, and the half of the month of August when we calculated with the judges the results and turned everything over to the county.
So it's been sitting with the department since August?
This has been with the counties since August 16th, right?
Yeah. So, Susie, you said you spoke with everybody by phone personally. Do you know the guy that I won't say his last name, but do you know Claude?
Sounds familiar. Otherwise known as Bud.
I just wanted to.
Does he go by the nickname Bud?
I don't know his nickname, but I just want to make sure is he okay? Because there's folks that said, you know, I'm very clear, and I know you mentioned it, that you can't have already started working on your ADU and then expect reimbursement. You have to get kind of qualified and approved, and then you can start working on it. And maybe Deputy Director can speak to that, but well, I don't understand why that is. Why is that? Is there a reason behind it? But I just want to know if he's going to be okay, and then if you guys want to explain why you guys are doing it that way.
If it's who I think it is, he just called me this last week again, and I told him that we weren't involved anymore, and that the criterias that we had to use was set forth by the housing department, because they wanted to make sure that those who hadn't started but had a permit were the first in line.
Director, do you want to add more to that?
What?
Asking the department.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Johnson. I don't have the list of scores in front of me right now, so I don't know where that gentleman ranks currently, but I can get back with staff and determine where that individual applicant ranks.
Okay, and then you knew there was a problem as early as August, is that correct? Or earlier than that?
I was made aware that there was an issue with the contracts around August, correct?
If I may,
it's December now.
Gabe?
Go ahead. Yeah.
To our knowledge, there wasn't a problem in August, because the housing department had told us that they were working on the agreement, the lien, and the deed restrictions, which would be the next part in giving the award letters, because the award letters would have to go out. People would have to agree to those stipulations before they could become part of the program. So that was right on track as far as we were concerned.
Okay, bell went off. Did you?
Okay. Thank you, Chair. I'm done. I just, I want us to act with some urgency, and I get it, but sometimes our own systems are the ones that jam us up. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So before I get to Member Kama, if you do have another question, this is a question for the department. Section 1 of Bill 184 states that the bill's purpose is to exempt those awarded a county homeowner grant from requirements related to qualifying standards for applications, reporting, and disbursements limitations. These requirements are in Section 3.36 3.040, 3.36110, and 3.36190 of the Maui County Code respectively. However, actual amendments to this bill exempts grantees from 3.36 entirely. Is Bill 184 intended to create an exemption for only those three sections of Chapter 336 or from the entire chapter?
Thank you, Chair, for the question. So the legislative intent behind 184 is to allow the department to issue grants directly to individuals. I think Ms. Toshikio alluded to earlier that Chapter 3.36 only allows nonprofit or for-profit agencies to administer grants. So our intent with this bill is to allow the department to be able to give grants directly to homeowners. And I see Ms. Toshikio is also online. She can add in if I got anything wrong.
Okay. Ms. Toshikio.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. The intention is to exempt 3.34 grants from 3.36. Those are some of the categories of requirements under 3.36 that would apply to the individual homeowners if we to those kinds of exemptions. But yes, the intention is all of 3.36. And there are certain requirements probably in every section of 3.36 that are inconsistent, I think, with the purpose of the homeowner grant programs under 3.34.
Okay, we got it. All right, thank you. I think Member Rollins Fernandez also talked about that. Anybody have any more questions? I'm going to defer this. Oh, I'm sorry. That's right, Member Kama.
So the question I have is for Deputy Director Mata'afa. So can people still apply, and who would they apply to, if they are?
So currently we have the list of applicants from Lokahi Pacific that we will be moving forward with. So the application period is closed for this funding round.
I mean, how many people are on that list?
I think what I have in front of me is, I think we have a couple of tiers. We have about 16 with approved permits in the first tier. There's about 26 that are pending permit approval in the second tier. And then we have another group of applicants that are below that tier as well, that don't have either of those indicators.
So if the money runs out and you still have people on the list and another allocation is made for this program, do the people on that list just roll over into the new program for the new funding?
I think I would defer to Deputy Corporation Counsel Christina Toshikio on that one. I'm not sure if we can open up the list again and then have them apply for the funding one more time. So I'll defer that one to Deputy Corporation Counsel.
Ms. Toshikio, and then I see Tamara Palton with her hand up too. Ms. Toshikio.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Member Kama. I actually don't know the answer to that one. I would have to go back and look at the program in its entirety, and also would have to look at if there is additional funding, how the department will choose to do the next round, whether or not they're going to be doing it in-house or whether it would be part of a grant to an organization to basically to outsource it through a grant. And then work with them on those requirements so long as it fits within the requirements of 3.34. So I'd have to look into that further, I guess, is the short answer.
Okay, I'll wait for that answer. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Kama. Then I see Member Palton's hand up with questions.
Thank you. My question would be for Ms. Toshikio as well. Hey, Ms. Toshikio, would this bill allow fire survivors to build an ohana or an ADU and live in it while they rebuild their main house and then rent it out for an affordable price?
So this bill is specifically to exempt the homeowners programs under 3.34 from the requirements in 3.36. I think that if you wanted to make that part of the law, a better route would be to amend 3.3 for the homeowners programs, specifically the Ohana Assistance Program section.
Okay, and can that be done during budget?
I think that would be up to this body on what bills you're going to be considering and acting upon
Or sooner.
during the budget session.
Thank you.
Okay, are you done? Anybody else have questions?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, members, I'm going to defer this item, and it sounds like we all have many good clarifying questions, and we are going to be talking about this further, I can tell. Member Mata'ava. I'm sorry, not member, Deputy Director.
Thank you, Chair. So one of the things I just wanted to ask for your support is if we could pass the budget amendment, which will be heard on the council on the floor at next meeting. So that would be the request from the Department of Housing, is asking and seeking your support.
Okay, thank you. Members, anybody have any questions before I defer this to the department? Okay, so this is on Chair Lee's agenda, which is on December 23rd, as well as that budget amendment that I briefly spoke about, which is item number 3 in your in Granicus today. So I'm going to defer this, and thank you very much. I'm glad that this is moving forward and to get these clarifications. And I think that person who has is concerned that was calling Member Johnson probably called a lot of our offices. So thank you for hearing the cry, basically, and bringing this forward. So I'm going to defer this item. And thank you very much, Department. Thank you very much, Susie Thiemann. You're retiring and moving away back home. February 28th is your last day here in Hawaii. Is that correct?
Close.
Close, okay. So thank you very much for all that you have done for our community. So members, I'm going to defer this item, and I'm going to move to the next. You want to take a short 10-minute recess? Yeah, okay. So 10:42, come back. Welcome back to the Budget Finance Economic Development Committee. It is now 10:51. We are on the second item, and it is regarding wildfire recovery grants and reimbursements. This item is also under Rule 7B for discussion, and because it's wildfire recovery grants and reimbursement, that's why we ask for assistance from the experts that I mentioned in the beginning of the meeting. And as you know, there has been talk in the news about the DR funds. So this prompted me to think it's time for us to start talking about it. It is something that I wanted to bring up earlier in the year when the administration went to DC to talk about this, but it wasn't the right time. So then we have here today Tetra Tech Inc. as well as Stantec and our managing director who oversees all of this. So at this time, and thank you, Helene Kao, also for being here from the Office of Recovery. So Director Nishita, if I could turn this over to you, and you can do your opening statements and then introduce who else you would like to contribute this time.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, council members, for allowing us to be here today. I guess I gotta look at the screen. Most people are on the screen. But no, appreciate you folks taking the time for these important matters. Just quickly, I'll say that Patience and Helene are here, also joining me from the administration. And then we have Asad here from Tetra Tech, who will introduce a few team members on the call too, that we'll be getting to in a short moment for the presentation. We do have some other resources in the audience as well from Tetra Tech and Stantec in case they're needed, but we do appreciate the time being allotted today. We do plan to highlight three main programs to talk about today. That's public assistance, the hazard mitigation grant program, and then the CDBG DR that Chair spoke about a little bit ago. I'll let Asad introduce the team members, and then Chair, you can let us know if it would be appropriate to go into the presentation itself. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Aloha, everybody, Chair, members, County Management. We want to thank you for the opportunity to allowing us to come and share our update with you. I also like to point out that Stantec is here also, and if there's any specific questions that come up in reference to drinking water, we'll defer to the Stantec team. We last presented here in March, and we want to give you a quick update, but prior to that, I'd like to introduce our team that's on Teams right now. John Burry, he's based out of Houston. I've got Carrie Robinette, she's based out of Dallas, and Jorge Ramirez, he's based out of Puerto Rico. So these are the experts that are on to support and respond to any questions that you have. I'll keep my comments brief. If you all allow, I'll kind of quarterback our team here and kind of make sure that the questions that you have later on are responded to. As Josiah had mentioned, we're going to be talking about infrastructure, hazard mitigation, and the emergency management readiness. So if I could start, is our presentation available? Okay. So for infrastructure, we came to the council in March, and the commitment that we made at that time was that we would have processed $21 million worth of data to our state and federal partners. As of right now, I'll wait till we get that. Should I continue speaking or? Yeah, okay. So what we had committed in March was that by first quarter 2025, we would have processed $21 million worth of data to our state and federal partners to start the reimbursement program. I do want to point out that at this point, December 2024, we have processed $80.1 million. So we are ahead of our schedule. So far, the county has received $1.75 million from HAIMA for the reimbursement of the damages of the fire. In the pipeline right now with HAIMA is $19.85 million that the county is awaiting receiving that from our state partners. And there's a category called Category Z, which is the cost of the consultants. So far, we're in the process of submitting $500,000 for our fees. And lastly, we're also tracking the insurance funds that were received by the county. And this is because we want to make sure that there is no duplication of benefits for the multiple programs that are taking place. I do want to kind of mention a couple quick things, and I'll keep my comments very, very brief, but the reason we're ahead of where we had projected was because we had the management here at Maui has really bought into the program. And I'm not saying that because the management is sitting right next to me. I'm saying that because I've been doing this for 20 years, and the community and management really have to buy into the program to support us. I'll give you an example. You know, when we've asked Helene, who again is sitting right next to me, and I'm not mentioning her because she's sitting next to me, is you know, when we asked, hey, would you please call the state representatives and or HAIMA to push some issues for us, she's been more than happy to do so. Josiah, under his leadership, has done the same thing. So it's very, very, it's a very big benefit to our progress to have the management support the push that we're asking for. You know, this is what we do as full-time jobs, right? And this is not what you all do as full-time jobs. So it's critical to have that trust and partnership with our clients. So I want to thank and credit everybody here. So I can't just sit here and take credit when the credit is to be shared. If we can go to the next slide. What we have projected for next year, it will be the first quarter 2026, is that we would have processed $140 million, which means our goal is to, in the next 12 months or so, push another $60 million into the FEMA process. And at the same time, concurrently, we're hoping that we will have about $80 million that would be funded to the state. Now, it's a little bit of a concern that we have to push the funds from the state to Maui, but so we're looking at an $80 million sort of area to bring in the funds. And our cost at that time for the consultants, which is again Category Z, is going to be, the reimbursement for Category Z will be $7 million. I do want to point out a couple quick things here. One of the things that we've heard when we first came here, that capacity was a major issue. Our state and federal partners had always said, hey, capacity is an issue with Maui. I can tell you the way the progress is being made, the challenges that the county is enduring right now, capacity has become a minimal issue. I'm not saying it's not, but the amount of product that's being pushed forward to our state and federal partners does not reflect the comments that I hear often or we used to hear. So I just want to point that out. If we go to the next slide, the two major projects that we're looking at right now is the wastewater system, wastewater and sewer system, and roads and drain lines, right? Just to give you an idea, this is the best case scenario. So when you look at it and if you add this process from the time there's a submission made, if everything is perfect, there aren't any problems, and you know everyone's doing what they've committed to, and that I mean the state and federal partners, we would have this process done in 400 days. Just to move one project, these large projects. These projects are over $5 million, and it's going to need a lot of work. That's the best case scenario. In the 20 years that I've been working in this industry, I have never seen things move that fast. So I want to be very, very clear with everybody here that this is going to be a very, very slow process. Even though the county of Maui is really pushing and they are truly an advocate for themselves, and I believe that you know we're going to push the state and FEMA, it's just going to take a lot of time. And I don't want to sit here and promise you things or you know say, hey, this process is going to go faster. It's not. It's a very, very slow process, and please understand this is a reimbursement process. At this point, I'll introduce my colleague, Carrie. Carrie's going to be discussing hazard mitigation. Carrie?
Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon. Can everyone hear me clearly?
Yes.
Okay. So I was asked to provide kind of an overview of the hazard mitigation grant program funds, and if we can skip ahead to slides 7 and 8. Wanted to provide an overview of the hazard mitigation grant program funding that the county is kind of looking at utilizing. The HMGP program comes about after a major presidential disaster declaration. So as a result of the wildfires This money is set aside to look at opportunities for the county to not just repair, but look at opportunities to kind of build back better, safer, stronger, as a way to kind of reduce damages and avoid damages, not just from wildfires, but from other disasters as well. So as a result of that, the state received $357 million in federal funding, and that is statewide. So in working with HIEMA, we developed notices of intent across the county departments and worked with the county departments to kind of develop proposals for projects, and we submitted those to HIEMA. HIEMA allotted $218 million, or 61% of the funding available statewide, to Maui County. In order to kind of utilize that funding, we reviewed the projects, and we have basically worked with the county to prioritize 7 projects for a total of $291 million. And I want to stress that the $291 million is the total project cost across all 7 of these projects. FEMA is going to be contributing 75% of those funds, so $218 million. And the county is going to contribute $73 million in non-federal funding. So there is a path that the county is looking for so that that $73 million is covered under an alternate grant program. So we'll talk about that in just a moment. But we are utilizing that allotment that HIEMA has worked with the county to identify. But to make sure that Maui County is kind of putting their best foot forward, the county is also undergoing the development of 10 alternate projects. And those projects are going to be submitted to HIEMA as backup so that, let's just say, other sub-applicants across the state or other prioritized projects do not ultimately get selected for funding, then the county has backup projects to submit forward in order to utilize as much of the funding under the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program as possible. And one of the other things that we wanted to mention is that between Tetra Tech and Stantec, who's kind of working in tandem across HMGP, the funding for us to develop these applications on behalf of the county is completely reimbursable. So this work is being done at no expense to the county. But as Acid mentioned, these programs are complex. So Tetra Tech is happy to be supporting Helene and the Office of Recovery and Director Nishida through developing these applications. If we can go to the next slide, please. So I wanted to give kind of an overview of the different project types that the county is looking at. We're looking at flood risk reduction, so ways that we can reduce the impact of flood damage, whether that's through passive flooding, storm surge, the various different types of flooding that Maui County is prone to. We're looking at flood risk reduction for infrastructure, looking at shoreline buyouts of properties in Lahaina, so concentrating initially on Front Street. So we're looking at shoreline buyouts for property owners, again, on Front Street in Lahaina. Wildfire and drought mitigation. So we're looking at doing some work on some water wells and other infrastructure up in the Lahaina area to basically reduce drought and wildfire risk and provide additional capability for the county to operate their fire suppression process. And then retrofitting and flood proofing water and wastewater infrastructure and pump stations. So looking at basically further protecting this infrastructure from damage due to future disasters. And if we can go to the next slide, please. So to kind of give a picture of the timeline for the HMGP program, as with any FEMA program, as Acid mentioned a few minutes ago, HMGP takes a while. It takes a few minutes. The disaster occurred in August of 2023. And the county is in the process of developing these applications with a deadline of submitting them to HIEMA on February 6th of 2025. So it's coming up very quickly. We do expect any communication back from FEMA and HIEMA to start rolling in about summer of 2025, so around June, July timeframe, with any questions or clarifications or any additional documentation that they may need on these applications. Obviously, we're hoping to avoid that, so we're working very diligently with all of the county departments to make sure that we minimize that as best we can. But once we get through that process, we'll continue to work with Maui County on those application development activities and then transition into more of grant management once the initial phases of these projects are approved. And we continue to kind of develop out these projects and work with the various county departments to implement these projects. And with that, I will turn it over to John Burry to discuss emergency management readiness. Thank you, everyone. Mahalo nui loa.
Thank you so much, Acid. Thank you so much, Carrie. Another element of our scope for Maui County is to strengthen and help support the Emergency Management Agency, or MEMA. That began in 2024 with a program assessment and understanding of MEMA's strategic growth goals. We had several conversations with Managing Director Nishida to really, and aim is to really look at how the organization, the emergency management organization, can be more resilient. So that included senior staff training for emergency preparedness, and then supporting the congressional field hearing with some additional information as well. In the future years, 2025, it's going to be focused on updating those plans, developing workshops to test and train on those plans, and then again, focusing on how to strengthen those response capabilities. You can see the list of key plans that MEMA has identified there that we would be supporting, including a comprehensive emergency management plan, or CEMP, a continuity of operations plan, or COOP plan, feeding and mass care and sheltering plan, and finally, hazard mitigation plan. If you could move to the next slide, please. I want to dive into the hazard mitigation plan. As you heard Carrie talk about the success that Maui County has had with the 404 hazard mitigation plan, and this will not only help that, but strengthen future opportunities as well, not only for 404 or HMGP funds, but to also prepare and position Maui County for other grant programs that may be available in the mitigation space, including flood mitigation assistance, building resilient infrastructure in cities, or BRIC, and then even the CDBG disaster recovery funds, which I'll talk about that in a moment. But again, when we approach this and working with the Recovery Office Managing Director, we are always looking for those other opportunities for funding that may be available. So if you could please move finally to our last component of today's presentation. It's going to be focused on CDBG-DR, and we understand that is have a lot of questions and an important and timely topic. So I have a colleague, Jorge Ramirez, that is available, that he and I are both going to be speaking on this, as we have been supporting the county and patients and mayor's office on this. So the 4 keys to success for areas that we have focused on have included demonstrated capacity, or again, the idea of the ability for Maui County to manage a program like this, being able to hit the ground running, and program readiness, since it has been 15 months after the disaster, project management and recovery support function coordination, and ongoing effort there in the county, and then data-driven program design. And Jorge has been director of a very large public CDBG-DR organization. And Jorge, would you like to share any other information regarding this effort? Jorge, we cannot hear you, so if maybe we could move on to the next slide while
I'm sorry. I'm here, John. Okay. I apologize. I didn't unmute. I'm sorry. Good morning, everybody. Capacity is important to HUD. It's the ability to demonstrate that the county can manage, implement, and oversee projects without non-compliance. And I believe that we've been able to demonstrate that for the county, so that's not a question, the ability to be able to manage these funds. With respect to program readiness, I think the work that we've been doing with patients and the RSFs has gotten us to the point that we're ready for any type of allocation and any type of program. Which included the management and coordination of the RSFs. We've had several meetings with them to get this program where it needs to be as soon as the allocation is announced. And as John mentioned, this is data-driven in the sense that we've worked and with unmet needs and all the information available to get the program to this point. John.
Thank you. Thank you. Next slide, please. We're going to talk about some key highlights, and we've broken this down into external and outreach focused activities as well as internal planning. So one of the big hallmarks of this past year was the mayor and staff's trip to Washington, D.C. to advocate for this long-term recovery funding. That was meeting with a variety of different individuals from both the administration at the executive branch and both sides of Congress. Who really are the decision makers when it comes to this. In addition, there were some meetings scheduled with the Housing and Urban Development leadership for the CDBG DR company. And again, it was very focused on capacity, the unmet needs of the community, and projects that are really going to make an impact. In addition, there's been a lot of coordination with internal and external stakeholders and communication support with one of our partners, a subcontracting partner, Anthology Fin Partners. Jorge, would you please talk about the internal planning that went on?
Yes. So the main goal for CDBG-DR is to plan, structure, and budget for the upcoming allocation. That has to be done with a clear understanding of timing and amounts. What we did to do that is determine the unmet need. CDBG funds are the funding of last resort, so they're designed to be taken all the way to the end, and then whatever is left over at that point, that is the allocation. So that was determined, and based on that amount, we coordinated with stakeholders to figure out how to structure a program to meet that unmet need, depending on the allocation, which at this point we still don't know. Based on those programs, then an action plan is written. This is a plan that's required by HUD that is sort of like the roadmap and describes how the community, the county, is going to manage this program. The program design, it has everything from demographics to the actual design of the program, and it'll lead the SOPs. That program has been taken as far as it can at this point. We've also assisted with consulting, including writing white papers and any type of RSF requests to help guide the county. John?
Thank you, Jorge. So finally, let's talk about the steps in the process. And this is an appropriation that's made by Congress. CDBG disaster recovery is part of a disaster supplemental that accompanies an appropriations bill. So what is being talked about is a continued resolution or a continued appropriation, and that bill text, based on comments made by Speaker Johnson, is scheduled to be released tonight on December 17th, and that would be on the East Coast time. The continuing resolution, if you will, is a larger funding of the federal government, but within it, it will likely include a disaster supplemental that will fund activities under the agencies like FEMA, Department of Agriculture, the Department of Transportation, EPA, and of course, Housing and Urban Development. Speaker Johnson, in his comments this morning, stated that the disaster supplemental was close to the president's ask, which was totaling approximately $100 billion for disaster recovery funding. As a part of this funding, we would anticipate, again, based on his comments today, that it's between $10 and $15 billion in HUD funds that would cover and fund disasters that occurred in 2023 and 2024. We would anticipate, based on the president's ask, was $12 billion. Now, again, not to get too far into the details, we know that this has been delayed, but Our goal is to be able to review the bill text and then provide some analysis and support to the county once that is released. Once it is appropriated by Congress, it then moves to the HUD at the agency level, where they will take the, generally speaking, they take the amount that has been appropriated and then announces an allocation to the various grantees. That will be published in the Federal Register and the funds will be awarded. Then at that point, a grantee would be able to submit the action plan based on the met needs, provide all the compliance and certifications to the Housing and Urban Development, and then administer the program. I'm going to ask next to have Jorge talk a little bit about what goes into the program and what is a CDBG disaster recovery funded program and what it can fund and what it looks like. Jorge?
Okay, so these are, when you say the basics of CDBG, CDBG is somewhat complicated, but these are the most important parts. CDBG, as I mentioned before, addresses unmet recovery needs. It is the funding of last resort, which means you have to expend all the monies readily available, such as even PA and HMGP, whatever monies you have, and whatever unmet need you have, this is only what it can fund. Second, it has to meet a national objective. LMI is low to moderate income people, so it is intended to meet or assist people that are LMI. It can also assist in urgent need and or slum and blight, but at this point, it's probably mostly going to be LMI. And that does have to be prioritized in the programs that you have with respect to housing. So, for example, if you can or choose to spend on urgent need, first you have to meet your LMI requirements. Lastly, you have to avoid duplication of benefits. For example, if you have a homeowner that received insurance proceeds, let's say $10,000, you cannot then fully repair their home and they get to keep those $10,000 extra, and you have to keep an eye on those things. Those are the very, very basics of CDBG-DR. What kind of programs can you have in CDBG-DR? As I mentioned, you can have housing programs. This includes affordable housing, rebuilding, repairing homes, etc. Infrastructure monies. Anything with respect to infrastructure, water, wastewater is the biggest problem in Maui, so it can fund certain projects so long as there is a tie to the disaster. It could do economic development, helping businesses that were affected by the disaster and helping with Maui in any way related to businesses, but again, should be tied to the disaster, and there are certain requirements to these programs. Public services, as well as mitigation. Mitigation is a side bucket of funds that you get, and they don't necessarily need to be, so you can spend these monies, for example, to improve housing. It doesn't need to be necessarily a house that was directly affected by the hurricane or the wildfires, sorry. So mitigation are like monies that you can spend a little bit more on improving stock or anything that like HMGP or infrastructure. And lastly, it is money that can be used for FEMA, PA, and HMGP. FEMA, PA, and HMGP have a non-federal match. Ironically, although all these monies are federal funds, they are considered by code as to be non-federal. So these are the monies that can be used for that gap that you have on PA and HMGP. John?
Thank you so much, Jorge. That concludes our prepared remarks. So, Acid, I'll turn it back to you.
Mr. Nishita, do you have more to add?
Thank you, Chair. I mean, that would essentially conclude just our presentation piece, and then we'll be happy to take any questions at the appropriate time. Thank you.
So sorry, Ms. Kahula, did you want to say a few words too from CDBG? Or this covers it? I didn't introduce you.
Mahalo, Chair. I think at this time the presentation is done and we can open up to question and answers if our questions.
Thank you. Thank you. So at this time, we'll take public testimony. Anybody signed up for this section?
Chair, we do not have anybody signed up to testify. If there is anybody who would like to testify, please raise your hand in Teams or come down to the podium. Last call for testimony. 3, 2, 1. Chair, there's no one to testify.
Thank you. So members, with your permission, then I'm going to close public testimony and receive written testimony on this item. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to open it up for 3 minutes of questions from the members. And I am going to start off with Member Cook in the chambers.
Thank you, Chair. My question for whoever's it's appropriate for, the flood risk and storm surge funding, is that geographically limited to West Maui?
John, if you don't mind, I'll defer that to you.
Sure. These are the FEMA 404 funds are not tied to just the disaster areas. So, Carrie, I know you've been working with this very closely with Helene and the team. Would you like to speak specifically to that?
Certainly. So the 404 funds are not tied specifically to West Maui. They can be used statewide, depending on what the county priority and state priorities are.
So,
Chair, sorry, if I just may add, the state really has identified for us their main priority to be critical infrastructure and the protection, preservation, and our establishment of critical infrastructure. And so with that in mind, we worked with the state to prioritize projects for hazard mitigation that could meet what the state was ultimately looking to prioritize in the allocation of hazard mitigation funds.
So my question is like, in my district of South Maui, flooding has been a perennial issue that people are well aware of. South Kihi Road, that in sections of it that are really close to the ocean, it's been, I think people are in agreement that basically the only way we're going to mitigate flooding in South Maui is to have, from Makai retention basins, to mitigate the amount of quantity of water coming down, as well as the capturing the sediment that is polluting the ocean and causing problems. And then as far as like storm surge, the possibility of basically, we can't stop sea level rise, but there is ways to mitigate storm surge, what reefs do naturally, which could be man-made. So that's I'm looking at. We recognize that South Maui has and has experienced and continues to experience damage to the infrastructure and threatening to have to relocate the road and the sewers, et cetera. So I was just wondering if any of this is being planned for. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Dan, thanks for the question, Councilmember Cook. I would just note that, the county's, I think, original request was maybe close to about $1 billion that we put in. The state, identified certain priority areas and, did kind of some initial run-throughs of projects. There are time limitations for what the funds have to be used by. And I'm sure, as you are well aware, maybe more than anybody else on the council, the time it takes to actually do large infrastructure projects. So somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it's by like 2029 or so that we have to utilize the funding, which for a large infrastructure project, meeting a lot of the obligations for like environmental reviews and permitting and supply chains and contracting and what have you. The timeline is going to be pretty short here, considering all of those factors, especially given that I don't believe we get final approval, maybe it's projected through FEMA to do their reviews by like, I think, August of next year. So, there's some factors that we have to take into account with that. I hate to, when people always bring up shovel ready, but essentially we do need to identify projects that are kind of, in the works to be able to meet the timeframes for some of those large infrastructure pieces. And then we are working on the hazard mitigation plan update, which will factor into a lot of what you're describing in terms of the impacts that South Maui is seeing and other areas across the county and really state for that matter.
Okay.
Just in closing, basically what I just described is probably 12 to 14 months of actual construction time. So I recognize everything you said is accurate, and I'll just focus again on permitting and reviewing is the time that it takes, and it isn't the construction that it takes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'm going to have Member Hodgins, followed by Member Sinensi. Member Paulton popped back into the meeting. I think, oh, there she is. And then Gabe Johnson, and then Member Rollins Fernandez. Member Hodgins, you have questions?
I do. Thank you, Chair. I think this might be for Managing Director Josiah or whoever can answer it, but I think we've talked about this before. Can you please remind us of specifically the 7 prioritized projects and the 10 alternate projects that the county has listed?
Thank you, Chair. I don't know, Carrie, do you have the list in front of you? I don't have the HMGP list in front of me right now, but I would just note we're still, working with HIEMA on the prioritizations and the actual project applications and submittals. But while, Carrie is maybe pulling that up, as I said, the state did identify critical infrastructure as being the primary priority for the hazard mitigation funds. And then, looking at ways in which the county can leverage the different federal funding sources that are out there, including hazard mitigation, the PA assistance that we're receiving, CDBG-DR funds, and other things that we won't get into today, which could include, federal funding through the infrastructure bill, the IIJA, IRA, and other sources of that. Carrie, would you mind addressing Councilmember's question?
Sure. Thank you, Member Hodgins. So specifically speaking to the 7 prioritized projects, we have the Lani Poco and Honolua Wells and Fire Mitigation Firefighting Capacity Project, the Kama'o Water Treatment, Raw Water Reservoir Improvement and Flood Risk Reduction Project, the Maui County Emergency Generators and Automatic Transfer Switches for Critical Water Infrastructure. And those 3 Stantec and Kim Pugel can probably speak more to when they are doing their presentation. But then we have the Kihei Wastewater Pump Station 2, 3, and 7 retrofits. So these projects are to retrofit pump stations 2 and 3 to mitigate against flood damage and sea level rise. And then pump station 7 is a relocation of that existing pump station further inland, again, to avoid flood damage. So there is some mitigation that's taking place on South Kihei Road. Specifically, these pump stations are in that area. And the last and 7th prioritized project is the Lahaina land acquisition. So there's been 19 projects properties that have been identified as part of this project that are along Front Street and 2 are on Shaw Street that are right in the burn area in Lahaina. So the goal of that project is to acquire those 19 parcels, and basically the county is going to have those deed restricted. If they are purchased by the county through this program, they will be deed restricted and maintained as open space. And I believe the long-term goal, and Director Nishida, if you want to speak more to this, but I think the long-term goal is to maybe look at turning that area into a cultural corridor and kind of maintaining it so that the shoreline, as we know, is eroding, and kind of looking at flooding impacts, avoid putting infrastructure back into that area. The 10 alternate projects.
Can I stop you, Carrie? Will somebody please send me an email for the 10 alternate projects? Because I do have another question that I would like to get answered. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but if somebody could just jot that down and send me a quick email, I'd appreciate that. Either for Ms. Kahula or again, Josiah, this pre-allocation action plan for the CDBG DR funding, and I've heard so many acronyms today, I feel overwhelmed with them, which I get, that's just how things work. Where is this pre-allocation action plan and when can the council see it?
I'll take that one. So the pre-allocation action plan is, I would say it's at about 80%. You cannot complete the allocation plan until the Federal Register comes out with the specific allocation of funding amounts. So if you can imagine, we've had to create the plan and draft it so that it's ready, so that it is ready as soon as the allocation comes out, that we remove projects if we're underfunded and add projects if we get more than it is designed for. So it is, we wrote it as best as we could without knowing the actual allocation. Further, the Federal Register adds like certain requirements and waivers that is going to modify this plan. So we can certainly give you where it's at right now. But the other thing that happens with the action plan is as soon as we receive, and I'm sorry, I'm talking too fast. There's an appropriation of funds, and then HUD gives the allocation of funds. So Congress gives money, and then HUD says, okay, we're going to give this much to Maui. When we know the amount, we can polish it up a little bit more, but then that plan needs to go out for community outreach. And it's a specific amount of time that it has to be out there. Once it comes back based on community outreach, we have to change it again based on said outreach. And once it's done, we send it back to HUD. So it is available. I just need, it is not complete, if that made sense.
It's available to us right now, or?
Yes, I mean,
Great.
It's in a draft form. It's just,
that's fine.
And it is HUD speak, so it's not elegant, but yes, it's available.
Okay, send over that HUD speak action plan along with those reminders of the 10 alternate projects in that email to the council, and I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, I will shoot it over to Patience, the latest copy, so that she can send it over.
Okay. Very good. Next, Member Sinensi, followed by Member Paulton.
Hello, Chair. Yeah, just continuing for a question for Mr. Ramirez. Can you again say the timeline for the CBDG DR funds? Are we looking at when are those funds be coming down, or second reading at Congress, or what's the timeline? Has it already
if you don't mind.
Okay, go ahead, John.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much for the question. So the Congress will have to approve this, I believe, by December 28th, or in the next 2 weeks. So as I mentioned, Speaker Johnson stated that there would be a draft of the bill made available today, and that will go through the reading process.
Okay,
so they need to fund the government by the end of the year, and it would be for a 3-month continuing resolution.
Okay, so, and there is no danger of the speaker putting it on hold or deferring it to after the new administration takes place?
So again, a very good question. By all the public accounts that have been published, that they are planning to get this done. I think the risk is very, very low for something like this to delay the supplemental funding.
Okay, thank you. And then if I could, Carrie, just ask if my time allows, Chair, for those 10 alternate projects that Member Hugo Hodgins had requested.
Sure. So I can give a brief rundown. So we are hardening 7 fire stations and 9 other critical facilities, which are community centers across various portions of the county, to be able to have those facilities withstand up to 200-mile-per-hour winds. We are looking at doing some work on the Lahaina recycled water force main, so basically the R1 in Lahaina, to mitigate that infrastructure. We are looking at putting generators onto some of the reclaimed water hydrants for 2 of the wastewater reclamation facilities, one in Kihei and one in Lahaina, with the goal of being able to provide a redundant power source for pumps that pump water into the purple hydrants that the fire department would like to use for fire suppression, just as kind of a backup water source for fighting fires. We are looking at doing 2 areas of rock slide, landslide stabilization, one on Hana Highway around mile marker 38 and 39. And then up at Kahaliki, we're doing some slope stabilization and drainage improvements on that roadway in an area that sees repetitive flooding. And then we have a wildfire mitigation project in Upcountry, and then an Upper Kula transmission water line retrofit. So that's just kind of a very brief rundown of those 10 alternates. And as you can see, they're kind of spread in different parts of the state based on the location.
Yeah, thank you, Gary. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. So next we have Member Paulton. Yeah, are you still there? You're still there with questions. And then Member Johnson, Member Hodgins. I'm sorry, Member Rollins Fernandez last.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes. We can hear you.
Okay. My question was about, I'm not sure if it was Stantec or Tetra Tech is assisting with the $2 million shoreline acquisition grant that's due in February. Okay, great. I was wondering, what level of interaction do you have with the county and the state coastal zone management planners? Because they reached out to me a little bit concerned about the nuance and things like that, and they felt like there wasn't enough communication and collaboration.
So right now with this application, we are just starting to really get into putting that program together, and I'll let Director Nishida comment on this as well. But that's going to be a heavy lift. It's 19 parcels again on Front Street and 2 on Shaw Street, but that project is going to be a heavy lift. And there's many moving parts. For instance, with the demolition that's already taking place through other FEMA programs like the FEMA Debris Task Force and other work with the Army Corps of Engineers and the EPA, we are working to coordinate with all of those agencies and communicating with both HYEMA and with FEMA to try and set up some meetings to figure out exactly what level of coordination we're going to have to do to make sure that, number one, we're not duplicating benefits with any other federal funding that FEMA is providing. But we are working to set up the communication with the homeowners. I was communicating with the Department of Management last week to verify that we have a list of the property owners' names and contact information. We will be working with them first thing to kind of explain the program, and then next to have them sign what we call a voluntary participation agreement that basically says they understand the program and they...
Sorry, I don't want to interrupt, but I have limited time. And the question was specifically on to the collaboration and coordination with our own county state coastal zone management planners like Tara Owens, Jim Buika, like that, because they've been working on these areas for years and years and years, and they may understand some of the nuance, you know, and it's a tight turnaround with February deadline.
So I will turn that over to Director Nishida to comment on.
Thank you, Chair. I think I guess to just address the question specifically, I mean, we are working with the Department of Planning, but the other piece is that, this is a quick process and a moving process as we're going through it. So just like everything else we've been dealing with, we're having to do these things concurrently and at the same time. I mean, obviously, I think with the luxury of time, a lot of things can be done differently, but we're having to do things significantly in tandem, given kind of the time constraints we're under. But the overarching thing I just want to note is that this doesn't mean that we're guaranteed to get the funding from HAIMA. So I would say of all projects that were identified and we tried to work with the state through, I would say the property acquisition piece was probably the one that they had maybe the most hesitation on. And so we are trying to work with them to provide avenues and options for property owners who may not have clear options available to them, to be able to provide an avenue for them to be able to assist in their recovery process. But, that is one that we just had meetings actually somewhat recently on with them as well, to help justify the program and why it's a community need and should be classified under the hazard mitigation program. But this is all still tentative. Nothing has been officially approved yet, and then we'll have to go through FEMA review too, which we love our FEMA friends, but they also will have their own opinions on things. Thanks.
Okay. The bell went off. Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here, Tamara. Is it okay for you to be in this meeting? My goodness. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so next we have Member Johnson, followed by Member Rollins-Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair. And of course, all of our thoughts and prayers go for George. Hopefully he's doing well over there. Okay. I guess this question is going to be for Josiah Nishida. Managing Director, we have that kind of precedent where we did the Hagai Institute. The county bought the Hagai Institute. Now I'm wondering, are you guys interested in using these funds, the CVGDDR or any of the FEMA money that helps us purchase move-in ready units, as opposed to, hey, there's a parcel of land, let's build affordable housing, and 5 years down the road, if we're lucky, we get that. Whereas if we just go in and, purchasing properties on the west side that are under the Minatoya list, I'd like to hear what Mr. Nishida his thoughts on that, because so we'll start with that, Managing Director Nishida.
Thanks, Chair. So I'll just say overarching, it's a little difficult to answer that without understanding how much funding is being allocated and then what restrictions HUD may be putting on the funding itself, because they could require certain things or put certain conditions on the funding that may make certain types of projects or programs ineligible for the funding. So ultimately we will need to see what amount is allocated and then what restrictions may be on the funding before we'll be able to fully identify what programs would be eligible. And I think that's partly what Jorge was getting at previously in the presentation. But I will just say,
Director.
Yeah, I would just say that we have talked about things that could be eligible under DR, which could include like shovel-ready developed projects. It could include like homeowners assistance programs, actually building new single-family and multifamily developments, things like that.
I appreciate the idea of, we want to purchase these lands and keep them in open space, but right now, we're not an open space emergency. We're in a housing emergency. So that's kind of where I'm like, well, buying land and keeping it in open space is nice for the view, but when you need a roof, we need a roof. Our community needs a roof. So I really want to see, and again, Managing Director, how's our capacity? When the action plan is ready to go, are we ready to go? Every time we have the departments come in and speak to us, they talk about capacity issues. Are you folks ready for the action plan?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, when the action plan is ready and approved, it will include a combination of county staff assistants, contracted staff, and of course, we'll, as the county has done so great over the years, is also working with community partners and organizations such as nonprofits and whatnot, to help fill in a lot of the gaps. But Chair, if I may, I just want to address one thing real quick of what you alluded to earlier, is that there may be confusion about the different funding sources we're talking about. So in terms of hazard mitigation funds, we can't use that for the purposes of what you're relaying. So when DR comes in...
The DR funds?
Well, yeah, but you talked about, why are we using these funds to purchase open space when we have a housing shortage? Mm-hmm. Hazard mitigation grant funds are not funds used to build homes. It's to mitigate against future hazards. So the open space kind of buyback program we're talking about is under the hazard mitigation grant program, which help mitigate, future disasters or future issues from happening. And the DR program could help step in to actually provide that housing assistance. Thanks.
Thank you. My time's up. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks. Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. All right, so next we have a member, Rollins Fernandez.
Hello. Mahalo everyone for being here and for the presentation. So my first question is dovetailing off of Member Sinansi and Member Uuhajens regarding the funding. And so in the PowerPoint, it said Congress approves, and then HUD calculates and announces grantee allocation, Federal Register notice published, and awards funds. So if whatever it is that Congress then approves by December 28th, is there any concern or would about a new HUD leadership delaying the funds, or once Congress approves, HUD would try to expedite the awarding of the funds?
Anybody can take that.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember, for the question. I'll give a short response. If Patience wants to provide anything else, she can, or anybody from our Tetra Tech team. I would just note that, we have been in discussions with the current HUD leadership. And, our hope would be that I think the best outcome would be that we could get everything finalized under the current administration, just to eliminate, any uncertainty and any changes in direction, policy, or whatnot. And so that is what we are hoping and striving for. And I don't know if anybody else from our team wants to elaborate.
Managing Director Nishida, I think January 20th is the last day for the current administration. We have seen that happen before where federal registers are released. I would not want to speculate or comment on the probability of that. Otherwise, it would fall under the new administration.
Okay.
Okay, all right. So we'll all keep our fingers crossed. Okay. Next, I think, I don't know who to ask this. I don't know if it would be like our Deputy Corp Counsel or I guess Managing Director could speak to this. So, branches. So with council as a legislative branch is a policymaker and fiscal oversight. And, as was stated earlier by my colleagues, we haven't really had any oversight over this budget. We really haven't had much input at all. And so I know this is not county generated funds, but it would still need to come to council for approval into to be incorporated into the budget. So I'm just, if someone could speak to, just the appropriateness of the checks and balance, because, it's not like council's gonna disapprove integrating or, the whatever funds that we get through DR, hazmat, all of that funds. But at the same time, we have had no opportunity to provide input into the creation of those budgets.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Rollins Fernandez, for the question. I would just note that, I think our anticipation is probably for both funding. So the three that we talked about today, PA, HMGP, and DR. PA is gonna, it's essentially replacement of damaged things. So there's no real, we're just working directly with FEMA on what they'll be willing to, allocate to us in terms of what was damaged. HMGP is a percentage that's allocated to the state that is based off of the PA that's received, given disasters that are occurring. And then the state really identifies the critical, priority areas in which, we are trying our best to get as much dollars as possible for each of them. I would just note that any of the infrastructure projects, I believe, are already on the 6-year CIP plan that the council has, already reviewed and adopted as a part of the previous budgets. And then obviously we're hitting, wildfire mitigation measures and some shoreline erosion pieces in that. That's in relation to the community plans that have been developed. The DR piece, that will really be determined in consultation with the council and community as to what the funding allocation will go for. I think in FY26, we're anticipating to probably for both HMGP and CDBG DR would probably be in the FY26 proposal to council. By then, hopefully we'll have a clearer picture as to what allocations are being made. And then HUD, determines through the action plan, I guess, the eligible activities and what projects can be funded that we'll have to develop with the community in consultation of. And I don't know if anybody else has anything they want to add to that. But overall, I would say your point is well taken, that more collaboration is needed. I think that's essentially what you're getting at, and we'll do a better job at that. Thanks.
Mahalo, Managing Director. Mahalo, Chair.
Okay, very good. So I think the important discussion that we're having is that possibly the DR funds looks like more of a reality than it was in the past with what's happening in Congress. And Managing Director, of all of this federal funds, which is wonderful, how much of county funds would be required as a match or for us to have to come up with in order to receive any of this federal funding?
Thanks, Chair. Well, it's a little difficult to just give you a straight number. HMGP would be basically 25%, but for PA, it could depend on the project and activity, especially for some of the reimbursable expenses. I'm not sure where the state's going to put their 100%.
Sorry. One moment. We lost quorum. Who left? Okay. Can we recess? Recess for 3 minutes, 5 minutes?
Member Johnson's back.
Oh, okay. Member Johnson's back.
Okay, whatever. Well, did you gavel out already?
We gavelled out already, so 3 minutes.
Okay.
Welcome back to the Budget Finance Economic Development Committee. It's 12:01. So sorry about that break. I guess I'm going to ask, or I was corrected that it wasn't a technical, we lost quorum, but it was that can people leave your cameras back on, or can you leave your cameras on? So we didn't see all the members here, so otherwise we would have to recess this meeting based on sunshine. So just for that clarification, one quick round. Anybody have any more questions? I'm going to defer this. Take a lunch break till 1, if you would allow, or 1:30. Well, up to you, members. And then we'll come back with the last 2 items. Any more questions? This is so relevant and important. Thank you very much. Okay, so I see no other hands for questions. I'm going to defer this item. Thank you very much. Helene Call, you look like you want to say something.
Chair, remember, we've got some closing comments. John Burry's going to share some closing comments with you all.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Sorry, John, before you go,
I'm sorry.
real quick. I just wanted to note for the council too, just so everybody's aware, that the PA and HMGP are on a reimbursement basis. So we have to, put the money up first and then seek reimbursement. That wasn't brought up in the discussion previously, but I just want to make sure you're aware, and that will be reflected in how we submit our FY26 budget. And I'm sure we'll have further discussions on that, but just to keep council aware. Go ahead, John.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Managing Director, Initiative Chair, council members. We certainly appreciate this opportunity to provide the county with an update. And if I could just say that the information presented here is very fluid and the information is very critical. There's a lot of changes that go on with these long-term recovery programs, and the data is very, very important. So, while we wanted to provide you with an update, a snapshot into this, please understand that things like the action plan, things like the other documents and grants, that they're very fluid, and there's certain things that are unforeseen. We see this a lot in different disasters that can impact this. Congressional action, actions by elected officials at the federal level or agencies that may impact this. So thank you again very much for your time.
Okay.
Chair.
I think I was just going to ask if you had a question. Member Rollins-Fernandez, before we close. Go ahead.
A quick one for Managing Director. So on the Granicus item, the presentation on Granicus, there are maybe about 8 slides after the thank you slide that the presentation ended on. Did you mention what those slides were?
Sorry, Chair, if after the thank you slide was the last slide I have, so if something was uploaded, it might have been inadvertently included.
Oh, okay. There's 27 slides.
Okay,
so about 8 slides after.
We'll make sure to
19.
work with staff to correct it if there's a wrong attachment. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Mahalo.
Okay. So Member Rollins-Fernandez, that was your question. I saw your hand go up. Any other questions?
Yeah, that was my
members?
question.
Okay, very good. Any other questions, members, before we close? I'm going to defer this. All right. So this item will be deferred, and Managing Director, we'll look forward to hearing more from you as things unfold. And thank you very much, as Member Cook said during recess, thanks for all the hard work that you have been doing to get us to this point, as well as everything else that's going on. So members, I'm going to defer this, but we have 2 more items, and I wonder if you would like to come back for lunch at 1 o'clock or 1:30? Any preference?
1.
1? Okay, very good. So the last 2 items, the Kula Ag Park, I think is going to be relatively kind of short. I expect to bring it back on the next term with more details. And then on the, but we will hear it. And then the last item, which we heard the one testifier this morning talking about the difficulties of dealing with the county and jobs. So that might be a little bit longer. So at this time then, I'm gonna call this meeting to recess, and we'll be back at 1 o'clock or 1:10. Welcome back to the Budget Finance Economic Development Committee. It's now 1:25. Members, thank you very much. So I think Member Hodgins is excused from the remainder of the meeting. And thank you everybody else for being here. We have bears us long to get back to people. And by the time we get back to them, they might have taken another job is what it sounded like. And I'm sure with all good intentions, it also sounds like our personnel requirements maybe need to be updated from that testifier. And so I wanted to take up this $150,000 contract, which brought me to.
So just to clarify, it was the Office of the Mayor that entered into a contract for recruitment and retention. Our money lapsed in the FY 2023 budget. We had we did our office redesign, and so we weren't able to enter into that marketing contract. However, we, participated in that process. So we did hire a logo for us to share at at job fairs and different community events. We did appreciate 7%, it looks like between 7 and 10% increase in the number of applications received during that period, which, we always heard like, oh, I never thought about the county for employment. So, just getting that message out to, and would you like me to continue? So we have today approximately 600 vacant positions. We have 2776 filled positions, so active employees. Of the, people resign, they move, there's, life happens for people that, work for the county, and, it's just, if we can hire an additional, 100 employees, I don't know, every 6 months, that would, give us some advantage. And yeah, and we do have the breakdown of the number of vacancies by department, and we can share that with you. As far as the testifier this morning, it's true. Months ago in October, and kind of highlighted some areas of improvement. And if I can just run down the list with you, areas for improvement was consider recruiting at the entry level of the series and grow our own staff. We often hear departments say, no, we need this higher level. We can hire someone 3 months before they leave. So 90 days they'll have on the job with the person that's, resigning or, retiring. And that could happen. It doesn't happen as frequent as we, appreciate. We hear the same, the testifier today, we hear the experience evaluations. We've backed off from testing candidates, even though it's in the law in 76, it says, it's the merit principle and, tests, shall be fair. Because we recognize that people don't want to take tests, they don't like tests. We're like, we qualified all of these people to take a test and only.
DC Law from Kulauka. I didn't prepare any kind of testimony or anything, but I'm kind of pretty good on increasing the morale of people. And the flags.
You did mention, we did ask for a list of vacancies by department and that more in detail. So can you submit that to the committee? And one of the reasons why I wanted to bring this up is that we have so much carryover savings coming from administration, and that we're waiting for it to.
Correct.
So should we have somebody from administration talk to us about this?
Well,
Or
I
is
mean,
it?
I can respond as best as I can respond. There's maybe something that, I'm not aware of or can't speak for them. But in FY '23, I believe council authorized $150,000 for recruitment and essentially is what happened. So, we participated, but it was, so what we paid for and how it was paid for, it was kind of outside of our purview. But we did, have, this was our laundry list of ideas that we, wanted to see incorporated with a recruitment and retention campaign.
Was it fulfilled?
New projects that we're, focused on and just, kind of understanding that. But yes, we did do digital ads. We have, a Work Maui Nui website that kind of launches people to look at, the different benefits of working for the county, what departments do. I listened to most of it. By the time I listened to it, she was maybe a minute or so in.
Kiva. Oh, you were watching, so you saw that. Some of the questions, either on paper or by the person in your office, were not relative anymore. Because information that's no longer used, like Kiva and other things.
And so I'm not sure who this person spoke with or what the questions were, but when you apply for a job in the county, we have our class specs, we have our MQs, and so Kiva, yes, is, outdated.
Right. Okay, so when we hear, this is what we hear. When the departments do not, not just once or twice, but because maybe you have to break down the problem and prioritize, for instance.
Absolutely.
And not go for the whole 700 at one time.
Absolutely.
So just my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Member Cook, and after that, we'll go to,
System, rather than you do the whole process and filter, because we have all of these different departments with all of these different expertise and different requirements and different criteria and different levels that they need. They're going to basically be doing the training. I mean, they're going to get placed in that department and they're going to school them. This is how it's done. This is what we need you to do. I don't know the personnel services, and is there any way to change the way that it's done so that we can all be happier with the product?
So departments have the ability to fill their positions within their department in-house. So that's called a non-competitive promotion. They post the job and they interview all qualified candidates.
They're not adding employees. They're shuffling.
They're shuffling employees. Okay. But at the lowest level, so assuming that every, employees are moving up,
That's a big assumption.
That's a big assumption, but I mean, that I'm applying for a promotion, so that's assuming that it's, moving up. They can fill at the lower level.
Okay, so.
And we don't get involved.
I often hear if somebody goes on vacation for 2 weeks, that then things set. How is it set up? Are there replacements for people on vacation? One more, I'll wrap it up. When somebody goes on vacation, everything stops?
When someone goes on vacation, a department can choose to temporarily assign an employee from one role into that role.
It's a department.
Departments could do it that way, but at some point, somebody's on vacation, so they can't backfill a vacant or a vacationing employee.
No, thank you. That's all my questions until the second round.
Okay. Let's see. Gabe Johnson. Member Johnson? Member Paulton didn't.
Thank you, Chair. Okay. So thank you, department, for joining us today. I know talking about that, I want to clarify, it was 800 and now it's 600 vacancies. Is that the exact number?
So that 600 number, that's kind of a moving target. And I see you're sitting. So it's actually, if you run a vacancy report in Workday, is our HR system, it'll show you 933 vacant positions. However, before you write that number down, many of those positions are seasonal. So they're PALs, they're seasonal lifeguards, they're, positions that, they come and go. Like we hire them for a season.
Okay.
So it's 600 is your number.
So, thank you. In your opening remarks, you mentioned that you were moving forward with the brand crafters and then the fire happened, right?
Yes.
And that kind of put it on pause. A lot of folks lost their jobs right after the fire. I think that was when your department would kind of step it up and go all in, because there's a whole group of folks who don't have a job now and they'd be looking. And I know you're not part of the rebuild. The other departments, I get it. Public Works had to also try to hire in the same time they're trying to rebuild West Maui and upcountry. Then I would say that's too much to ask. But for you folks, that's your specialty. Can you hire, this is the root of my question. Can you move on or move forward in the process without the department needing to be there? Can you just push for jobs and without waiting for them?
So we recruit to fill positions that departments say we want to recruit for. And so, we accept applications, we screen, we add them to eligible list, we test, we add them to eligible list, and departments hire their own employees. So at some point, we're handing the baton off to to the department. We could, be more involved in the process, and we've extended that, how can we help you to the departments, and, we don't get really a lot of traction with that. We've done one-stop recruitments for police. We work pretty well with police. We have a system where, it's a one-stop recruitment. Other departments
Can you do that
haven't embraced
one-stop
that.
and share? Why won't the other departments, can you explain why won't the other departments not pick up like that?
So we've extended it. Not sure. It does require a huge amount of coordination on everyone's part, because we're looking at having an applicant come in, having them sit for an exam, and doing an interview and making a hiring decision within, a very short period of time. And
you could do that for other departments, let's say Public Works or Housing or Ag. They just have to want to do that, and I keep hearing that talking point that
we would probably want to do it, just to be clear, want to do it for those vacancies that, there are a number of positions.
My time's up, and Chair, I don't know if Managing Director Nishida is purview of this discussion, but he should be listening to this. I mean, if that's what we're hearing, that departments need to, emphasize this, because we're in budget season, and like you say, all these carryover monies, they're not getting filled. So what's the problem? I really think Managing Director's office should be here in the call. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next member, Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo. Okay, so first, on Granicus, we only have the executed contract posted. I'd love if we can get the final report, because Aloha Director and Deputy, this contract has ended, correct? So there should be a final report with the deliverables and assessment of how what the outcome was.
Do you have the final report? Well, you don't have a final report.
It's under the mayor, correct? So
Right.
we would need to request that from the mayor's office.
True, but I thought that they might have it. Okay, you got that. Thanks. Okay.
Okay. Okay. So, okay. In law school, and I'm sure other industries, you have to first like identify the problems, right? And so in contracting this marketing firm, the problem was identified as a lack of education, that county jobs are available, are quality jobs, and encourage folks to apply. And I guess what I heard is that there's been a 7% increase in applications. So we paid $150,000 to get a 7% increase in applications. However, our departments, you're saying we're not ready for that 7% increase. So ultimately, we got a 7% increase in applications, but our county wasn't ready to take advantage of that increase in applications. And I will stop there because I saw you want to speak. So go ahead, Director.
So I don't say that they said they don't want, they're not ready. I just feel like the timing of it, when the fires happened, the campaign was launched, there was some delay because, on social media, we had lots of comments, like a whole town burned down. Like, what are you guys doing? Like, why are you trying to recruit to fill, there was like some backlash. And so, we're just being mindful of, people's emotional state. And so there was kind of to modify the message, like, we need your help, and, just kind of toned it, not to be tone deaf, but to, recognize that people were suffering, and maybe that wasn't the most, the timing just felt a little off.
Okay, I hear that. All right, so I'm looking at the recitals in the terms of the contract, and so it initially said May 2023, and it would be a contract for 8 months, which would have taken it to January 2024 for completion. However, it was signed by Raquel Lalo on July 25th, 2023, and so. That's why I was asking if it was done, because if it was still for 8 months, then if it was only executed in July, then, oh no, it's 2023. Never mind, it's 2024. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, did you have a question?
So my question is, was it from July then to July, August, September? March of 2024?
I'm not comfortable because I knew it was supposed to launch in August. There was some pause. I don't know when, but yeah, it was an 8-month contract.
So you don't know when the contract was executed and completed?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. Mahalo, Chair. I do have more questions.
Okay. Okay, wow. Maybe we should have asked somebody from the mayor's office to come also. That's who sounds like has answers for some of the questions. Yeah, sounds like you weren't involved in it. So even the administering the contract and making sure it gets done, you just heard that it was a good program of sorts.
Well, I think like I said, we appreciated some of the benefits. We got, marketing pamphlets, and, they showed up with us at job fairs. We got some videos that we can post on our applicant system. We have a host site that, kind of promotes our jobs.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, sorry. Shane, I missed you. Apologies. Member Senensi.
Thank you, Chair. Just following up on the Member Rollins-Fernandez's questions. Director, you said the contract has ended and it wasn't extended?
Correct.
It was just for 8 months?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then you also mentioned that some of the departments had, I see Ms. Toshikyo. Is that
Sorry for interrupting. I just, I pulled up the contract, so I have the dates if the members were interested.
Go ahead.
The initial contract was 8 months from the notice to proceed. So the notice to proceed was August 2nd, 2023. And then there was one extension and see, there was an amendment. Sorry, I can only pull it up page by page here. And that extended the time of performance or notice to proceed, which was August 2nd, 2023 till June 30th, 2024. So that's when the contract ended. I hope
So
that
that-
comes up some questions.
Okay, extended a couple months. And then thank you, Mr. Shikyu. And then, Director, you mentioned that some departments hired at the lower entry level and maybe did their own training until they could hire for those higher positions. Are they able to do that within their departments? Like change the scope of the job descriptions?
Yes,
They are.
yes.
Okay, and you said some of those departments had success with that process.
Correct.
So they kind of addressed the questions from the testifier that all these higher end questions for those higher level. So some departments saw success in training on their own and then bringing up those workers to those higher levels. Yeah.
Most if not all of our positions in the county, belong to a series. So the series includes an entry level and, you work your way up. So for the sake of, ease, it's a trainee, it's an advanced trainee, it's, a journey level worker, it's a senior worker, up to like super, qualified, highly qualified employee. There's 5 levels.
Do you guys, and you also mentioned that like 50% of those terminations was due to resignations. Do you guys have a list or projections of how many people may potentially retire? So you're seeing a number of how much people will be leaving the county?
I think on average, it's about 100 employees a year retire.
A year.
Within, 10% one way or the other.
Sorry, I didn't see the list. I was just curious how many vacancies in the Parks and Recreation Department?
We have that number.
Do you have that separate?
30.
You're sitting, no, 75.
75. Okay. I'm only asking because we're working on some long-term strategic planning, but I guess that also, is on how many vacancies I guess there are too. So, okay. Thank you. Thank you for those responses. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Perfect timing. Thank you very much. Okay, so, going through these questions or looking at this contract, Corp Counsel, I don't know the relationship, right? This is contract number C7992. And if you look at the contractor's standards of conduct, is Rochelle related to Cynthia Lalo? I mean, that's such an unusual last name. I don't know if you know that. You look like you don't know that. That'd be a question that, can you send Mayor's office? It's signed, oh, yes. Yeah.
They are related.
Oh, they are related?
They are related.
Is that a problem? Based upon this contract, it says.
Chair, point of information. Chair.
Yes.
If you want to know, I can tell you that it's been taken up by the Board of Ethics. And so there was a determination and opinion made by the Board of Ethics, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah. Oh, I wasn't asking about that, but I want to know if they're related. So I guess we have to ask for the decision then. Do you know?
I believe they said no conflict.
Oh, okay.
But you can go double check.
Well, that's good if there's no conflict. Thanks for knowing that. So I have to ask that question.
That's what I do.
That's what you
No
do.
things.
You Sherlock Holmes all around. Okay. And I have no further questions. Member Cook? Okay, we'll take Member Cook, and then I'm going to go to the next item. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I'm curious, and it doesn't have to be exact, but I'm just curious, Parks and Recreation, 70 vacancies. What would the ballpark pay scale be from low to high in those 70 vacancies? Are like they all 70 like lowest paid, or is there a variety?
I would say the majority of those vacant positions are park caretakers, and they're like 38,000.
So 38,000
or higher,
annually.
40. I'm trying to do math in my head, and I'm not very good at that. Like 40, it's like a BC3. So which, yeah, UPW.
What's the lowest? Because that strikes me as low as far as being able to live and survive.
Right. I mean, they might have some clerk vacancies in there, and that's probably even lower.
Thank you. That's all, Chair.
Any other questions?
I have questions.
Oh, you do? Okay, go ahead.
I have questions.
Member Rollins
I said
Fernandez.
earlier I had more questions. Yeah. Okay. So my question for DPS, so is there, like, does DPS or the departments or whoever have like a goal to like process applications by, because in your comments earlier, Director, you said that county is competing with the private sector that can hire new employees within days, whereas, our civil service process takes a little more time. And so knowing that, is there a goal to process applications by and to have applicants hired by? Is there like a time set that if we achieve that, then we are in good shape?
So DPS receives applications, we process applications. Our goal is 5 days. Sometimes, with police, they take a test. With fire, they take a test, ocean safety. So it just depends on the position. But if it doesn't require a test, our goal is like within a week to get a name on a list and get that name to the department.
Okay, so that's the application portion. And then after the department say, okay, this is the person we want to hire. I've heard that it after that point, when the department says we want to hire this applicant, that it has taken, like months, 8 months to actually get that person on board, like hired. So is there a time frame for that?
So ideally, it would not take 8 months. Ideally, it would take, a month. Again, some departments have background checks, they have polygraph, they have psych exams, there's every position may have a different.
Oh, I mean, after they decide, after they make the decision, this is the person that we want to hire.
Right.
1 month?
1 month would be great. On average, it's 103 days. So that's too long in my book. But some departments have done it in 2 weeks. So, again, it's an average.
And then I know you said earlier that, like, people don't like taking tests. And of course, it's not like something that's something fun to do. But I think what we heard in testimony and, from others that have given us feedback, or at least myself, is that it's about the relevancy of the test. Mm-hmm. And so, like Charlie was saying earlier about questions not being relevant. So I don't know if there's like a time frame in which DPS works with the department to ensure that the tests remain relevant and up to date. Is there a time frame?
So when we do a recruitment, we say, hey, this job requires a test. We've been encouraging departments, we've been encouraging that we, abandon the test. If we don't have an existing list, we we go for what we refer to as a TNE, which is a training and experience evaluation. And so we just look at their experience, we give them a score, and that's how their names are placed on the eligible list. If there is a test, some departments are very adamant that, no, I want to make sure this person can read and write, and can compute. And we refer to, the department and we say, okay, let's build this exam based on what this employee, this future employee should at a minimum know. And we refer to them as SMEs. And so these subject matter experts will come in and evaluate the test, and, they kind of sign off on it like, yes, this is relevant to the job.
Okay, thanks. And then my last question is regarding process for internal improvement. So does DPS have a process in which it receives or requests feedback from applicants and employees on how DPS could provide their service better?
We do not.
And if not, would you consider having one?
Absolutely.
Wonderful. Okay, Mahalo Chair.
Okay, great. Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. So I have a question. It's basically, how do we help those folks who want to help us? I know a guy who applied for at least 24 different county positions, and he can't seem to get through. He's got a college degree. He wants to work in this department, wants to work in that department, and for some reason, the county just it doesn't happen. I don't know what's the issue, but basically, do you guys ever look at applicants who maybe this job might not be a good fit for them, but what about over here? Are you on that counter offers stage at anywhere, or can you hold on to applicants who really want to work for the county until you find the right fit? Maybe you guys could be that kind of carrying that application to the desk to where it would be most fitting.
So in my head, and with a small percentage of people on my staff, we have discussed, what if we looked at these applicants, some applicants, they apply, your person, 24 times. And it's how can we help this person find a position? What's missing? Are they just applying for the wrong roles? Because we have people that clearly don't qualify and they apply for, these high-level positions. In your case, it sounds like, he could meet qualifications for a number of jobs, and just kind of being a recruiter, and plugging them into,
right,
those positions. And we haven't developed a process for that. Part of it is, we're the civil service. So how do we pick who these 5 people that we're going to try to, kind of find a role for them. So I'm still kind of developing that idea of, you tell me you want to work for the county. Show me your resume, show me your experience. These are the, 5 jobs that we think you would qualify for. Would you be interested in?
Doesn't that make more sense? That makes sense to me.
Yes.
So, I think it's just, if we're looking at this big problem across the board, every department says, Hartfield takes so the departments might not be able to move, but can we move maybe, right? Saying, suggestion's a great one, Director, hold the applications until the round peg fits the round hole, right? And that's what you want to have, is these people fitting in positions of success so they succeed. So I don't know. I just think that we can talk in circles, and I'm trying to help, but every year budget season we come back with people just not filling the positions, and we empty, carryover savings. It's just and then we hear the department say, oh, we can't do anything because we don't have enough engineers. It's just the most frustrating thing. Okay, my time's up. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, great. Anybody else have any more questions? Okay. Yep, that's exactly what we hear, right? Year after year after year. So I'm going to defer this item, members, and hopefully, we can help this situation get better somehow, if you would like. Okay, so this item is now deferred. And the last item of the agenda, I see Director here from Agriculture, Department of Ag, which is the Kula Ag Park. Okay, do we need to give them anything, James? We can swap out, okay. So next item is a Kula Ag Park Phase 1 expansion update. And we have here with us, which is Director RC from Department of Ag, as well as Jeffrey Jerkovich, which is the Ag Park maintenance person. Is he here? Oh, that's you? Okay, come. Thank you. So as you're getting settled, one of the reasons why I wanted to bring up this Kula Ag Park is because we have budget coming up, as well as we have the legislature coming up in January. But I wanted to get a status, an overview of, were you able to draw down the $20 million for the Kula Ag Park expansion, 10 million from the county, which you don't have to draw down, but as well as from the legislature? And do you have enough funding? Basically is what I'm concerned about, and the progress, because it doesn't look like anything's happening there, but it's an empty field until you get your plans in place. So I don't know what your plans are. So that is a reason why I'm bringing this up. You can make opening comments. And I also did get, and I don't know if the other members got a document from Munikio Hiraga, which talks about the Kula Ag Park expansion, the number 2, which has answered a lot of the questions that I had on what's happening with the Kula Ag Park. So why don't you make opening comments, and then we can go into this for a little bit.
Aloha, Chair Sugimura and council members. Thank you for inviting us to give an update on the Kula Ag Park CIPs. We have a presentation that might provide more detailed information, and I also have prepared a financial breakdown.
Okay.
We're supposed to have Dan Shupak from management standing by as a resource, as well as one of the water engineers, either Tom Akwat or Chris Kim. And I also have next to me our Ag Park manager, and he and I will share in giving a presentation.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, next. Oh. Okay, so let me provide a little history on the Kula Ag Park, just so that everybody is refreshed of what Kula Ag Park is. The Ag Park program is to promote the development of diversified agriculture by providing appropriately sized lots at reasonable rent with long-term tenure. Supporting agriculture helps to diversify our economy, to not be solely dependent on tourism. Prior to the establishment of the County of Maui Department of Ag,
Oh, we're good now? Okay. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Okay. Prior to the establishment of the County of Maui Department of Agriculture, the Ag Park program was being managed by the Office of Economic Development under the Mayor's Office. Oversight and management responsibilities have transferred to the Agriculture Department in fiscal year 23. Next. The only Maui County Agriculture Park is the Kula Ag Park, which is 445 acres and located on Pulehu Road. There are 31 farms with lots ranging from 10 to 30 acres and supports 25 farmers. Next. The aerial map that you see here shows the Kula Ag Park in light green. Next. So a little background on the funding and the expansion. In fiscal year 19, 6 million, which is a cumulative of 5 million from the state and 1 million from the county of Maui, was used to purchase a 262-acre parcel of land adjacent to Kula Ag Park. More funding was needed for the project planning and implementation. In fiscal year 20, the county was allocated 3.5 million from the state for water pumps, ground and site improvements to facilitate the expansion. Next. The goals of the Kula Ag Park will be explained on this side. Oh, hi, Dan. The new Ag Park will provide an additional 28 ag lots to farmers. Next. The major components of the UMAP, also known as the Upper Maui Agriculture Park, is to build paved road systems, including gulch crossing, non-potable water distribution system, including fire hydrants and overhead electrical service. And I'll turn the presentation over to Jeffrey.
Okay, so there are 4 phases of the construction and developing the Upcountry Maui Ag Park, which is referred to as UMAP. Phase 1, construction of the booster pump. The booster pump station is required per an agreement between Mahi Pono and the County of Maui in order to supply 1.5 million gallons of water per day to the Kula Ag Park and an additional 1 million gallons of water per day to the UMAP. Construction of the booster pump is expected to begin January 2025 and end in December of 2026. Phase 2 of the project is the construction of a reservoir. The new 2.4 million gallon reservoir will provide water for UMAP as well as additional water storage for fighting fires and for drought conditions. Construction is expected to begin in early 2026 and end mid-2027. Phase 3 of the project is the installation of a 12-inch main line. This water main will connect the new 2.4 million gallon reservoir to UMAP and will be gravity fed. This part of the project is expected to start in early 2026 and completed by end of 2026. And phase 4, final phase of the project, is construction of the Upcountry Maui Ag Park. This includes roads, power, water lines, and fire hydrants, and expected to begin in early 2026 and to be completed by mid-2027.
Okay, next slide. Oh, that one, yeah. The total cost for all phases, including the cost of a project manager who will provide oversight on all phases of the project, is at $42.5 million. Please refer to that document. It looks like this with the green headings. The county has acquired a total of $24.2 million. For the state appropriation, I provided all information that was requested to the state budget and finance and the signed PAB form, and the state budget and finance is now drafting the budget and finance memos. Next. Oh, and that information was as of November, end of November, from Kyle Maki. Takeaways. So the ag parks, can you go back? So the ag park supports growth and development of diversified agriculture, and it promotes the agriculture industry. These phases of improvements to the Kula Ag Park water system and the expansion of the ag park program through the development of the new agriculture park in Upper Kula, which we call UMAP, supports growth and development of diversified agriculture throughout the state, thus promoting the agriculture industry, which aligns with the Chapter 226-7 of the Hawaii State Plan. Once the expansion is completed, the ag park will support an additional 50 farms on a total of close to 700 acres. Thank you. Yep, that concludes our presentation.
All right, I see Mr. Shupak here. Do you have anything to add from management and CIP?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm just here to help answer any questions that the committee might have regarding the Cool Ag Park expansion.
Okay, so you're done?
Yes,
Okay,
yeah.
okay. Thank you. Any testifiers?
Chair, there are no testifiers signed up to testify. We'll do last call. Either raise your hand in Teams or come down to the podium. 3, 2, 1. Chair, we see no one seeking to testify.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to close public testimony and receive any written testimony, members, with your permission. Thank you. So, no objections. Whew. I think you're asking for, well, this is, I could be mistaken, but your slide or the presentation showed that you need $42 million for this project?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Chair. Yes, that's correct. And Dan can elaborate, but I believe it's because of the escalation of the cost of the project since it had started a while back and there was a lag in the project. And also the recommendation from the engineers were to provide were to have a larger reservoir. The larger reservoir will function as additional water storage for our farmers. And oftentimes during drought, we have low water. And also in light of the fire, additional water being stored there will be available for fighting fires. Maybe Dan can elaborate more on that answer. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Thank you, Director Ars, and Chair and members of the committee. Yeah, just to clarify, that there's $42.5 million is the total projected cost of the project. That's all 4 phases. A little over $24 million has already been acquired through various means of state and county funding. So the amount that's still required to complete the project, based on our current estimated costs, is $18.2 million. So that's the total remaining funds that's needed, and that's not all going to be requested from the county. We're going to pursue all avenues between federal grants and as well as through further state appropriations. We've already received $13.5 million in state appropriations out of that $24 million that's been acquired so far. So we're hopeful that we can we can obtain more funding from the state to help us reach our goal, making this project a reality.
So the initial 10 million that we got with a matching 10 from the county, you're saying that you got an additional 14 million? You said there's 24 million from the state? Did I misunderstand you?
No, the 24 is just the total funding from all sources.
All sources, okay.
Yeah, it was the 13.5 is what we received from the state so far. Yeah, and 10 million of that was matching to the FY24 appropriation from the county. So.
Okay, so you've gotten all of the 10 million, the initial 10 million?
That's correct, yes.
And and you're aiming 2 more million. And from what sources?
So this new number is also new to the department. I've asked management department to have Strategies 360, whom we contract, to provide us a list of funding opportunities that we can go for. And as Dan mentioned, we will also seek out grants that we can apply for independently and other sources of funding. So, you know, this is, like I said, this is new to us. And the other option would be to go with the smaller tank, which would cost less. And I don't know the cost of that, but that wouldn't have enough water for backup. That would just be replacing what the farmers have typically allotted by the day. But you can correct me, Dan, if I'm wrong, or Jeffrey.
Mr. Shupak, so that's correct? I guess you're asking to be clarified.
Yes, I believe that's correct, yeah. And I believe that the cost of the smaller reservoir, which was, I want to say it was a 1 million, 1.3 million gallon reservoir. Yeah, and that the estimated cost of that was about, I believe, $10 million less than, oh, it's 7 million. Okay, so it was 15 instead of 22. Okay. Yeah, so it'd be, it would be a good percentage less. Yeah, but of course at the cost of reduced excess storage capacity.
Okay, so it sounds like what you're looking for is federal funds then, not state funds, correct? Or county funds. You're looking for federal funding. If it's Strategies 360s, is that correct?
Thank you for the question, Chair. Yes, we are going to try. It's not a guarantee. If we can get assistance to ask for more state funding, that we would be grateful for that as well. Thank you.
Okay, so maybe what we can get from, oh, go ahead.
So with the larger reservoir, that would be enough, as we mentioned, for functional as well as some surplus. So without the additional doubling the size from approximately 1.2 to 2.4 million gallons, we would actually have a surplus. And that's a big concern, because when the reservoirs do get low now, that's all we have. So we would be able to store that additional 1.2 million. We're currently not getting the combined 2.5 million, which we're going to be able to get from the Maui Pono reservoir. We currently aren't getting that much water now, but if we have the 2.4 million reservoir that we build, we also have a 1.3 million gallon reservoir on site, and then additional reservoir up top, another 4 million gallon reservoir. So we could keep all those reservoirs full, and we would have a significant surplus for drought conditions and for fire conditions, because the big concern now is a backup. So when we run out, that's all we have stored.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Staff, maybe we can send a letter and find out is there phasing? I think I've been hearing about this booster pump for years. And these are brand new numbers in terms of what they're talking about today for improvements. So maybe by the end of this meeting, we can get a letter together to them to find out what they're planning on doing with the additional funds. It's a lot of money, and their source of revenue. And I guess they're not looking at the county for any revenues, it sounds like, right? It's from other outside, state or significantly federal funding. Is that correct? Department? Strategies 360 is federal.
And I hope that we someday can expand to other districts. So in regards to the big ticket item, which is the reservoir, as you know, the DEP committee, we just passed out 30,000 gallon water catchment system that you don't need a permit for farms now anymore. Is that something that you could kind of, if you did look at having a smaller reservoir, because you know the prices is so, it's so astronomical at that when you get the big reservoir. When you get the smaller one, could you have like the individual farms, the individual farms be responsible for making, having a $30,000 water catchment system on their parcel? That way you wouldn't need such a big ticket item such as the reservoir. And I think you did pass out a Y, Mike. Sorry, I didn't mean that. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Johnson. I think that's a great idea. I don't know if any conversation was made with the farmers. We recently just took over
in one day. But it does make me think the possibility of maybe looking into a catchment or allocating, keeping the tanks full for an independent lot storage themselves. But that would, not a concern, but something that would have to be discussed would be how much allotment of each farm lot would get to fill up their certain size of their tank, and then they would have their own backup. So it is definitely something.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair.
So before we proceed, I wanted to pass out this document that we received from Munikio Hiraga. And as you have questions, right? So after this. So can you pass out the document that we received? And members, I'm not sure if all of you got it. It's addressed to me from Munikio Hiraga, dated December 11th. It hit my office yesterday. It has a map of what they're talking about. It talks about the project in depth. And the reason why they came out with this additional document is
what happened with that was we were proceeding with negotiations with Dr. Cynthia Reeves, the previous administrator, and then she retired sometime in November, I think mid-November. So we need to pick up those conversations. I'm told that we can just submit a letter to just take the land and amend it. But personally, I would like to be friends and be able to have them as our partners and be a favor in their eyes. And we're working with them, and hopefully we can get them to agree with returning or letting us have approximately 2 acres. And we're also helping them do a lot of movement of their infrastructure in order to accommodate the reservoir in the space that we're looking at. Thank you.
okay. Member Cook, you had questions?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I have a question
And then
and then
Member
remind, I have to leave early for a meeting in Kihei. Is there any earthwork as part of of this new phase to basically make the area, maximize the amount of farmable area? Or is that just up to the tenant's responsibility to do whatever improvements?
I can answer that. Thanks for the question, Councilmember Cook. I believe that in kind of the preliminary layout of the ag park, they looked at usable land. Of course, there was all previously ag under A and B in the past, but there's also a lot of, kind of challenging terrain. I guess you call it unfarmable or, like rocky, kind of uneven land. So they did. They made it kind of a key part of their analysis, spatial analysis, to make sure that there was a certain percentage of usable land per parcel. So that's how they've split it up. So the intent is that each parcel will have so many acres of usable land.
Thanks. That answers my question.
Yeah. Okay.
Are the booster pumps to get the water from the lower elevation, like Mahi Pono's, is it coming from there, Pono Wai, and being pumped up? or is there one or two booster pumps?
It's currently, the existing booster pump that's there now is actually coming out of the ditch before it gets into their reservoir. And those are some really old pumps. I'm not sure how many there is. And that's part of the agreement was to replace the booster pumps. So the booster pumps project, they're actually going to go in the reservoir, which is just downstream of 100 feet or so from where it comes out of the ditch. And so that's why they're going in the reservoir. So there was a requirement. I don't know why that was that agreed upon several years ago, 4 or 5 years ago, but it was required to move those into the reservoir in order to get the additional 1 million gallons of water for the new UMAP.
No, that makes a lot of sense. It'd be hard to get that much water out of a ditch as opposed to the reservoir. The concrete lined are the new, this 2.4 million gallon reservoir, is it a tank or is it a concrete lined Ponaway?
It's a concrete tank, open concrete rectangle tank.
So it'll be non-potable water because it's basically surface water from the plantation. Is there any plans? There could be, since it's in a tank, a small treatment plant, so there'd be potable water in the future for processing. That's one of the challenges up there. Am I correct that there's not potable water to process produce?
It is. As of now, it was just going to be an open top tank with just straight ditch water, raw water for ag use only.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'm supportive.
Okay, great. So you're going to leave, and once you leave, we're going to lose quorum. So quick question, Member Kama. And I'm sorry, then Member Senensi. Then I'm going to adjourn this meeting after. We're going to lose quorum.
So, so my question, Chair, thank you, by the way, is since the Ag Park was created, how much funding has the county put into this project and the state? And then, but my more important question is, for all the farmers that have been farming there, have they been able to develop any kind of revenue so that as farmers that they can actually produce? I mean, I think if I'm reading this correct, right, is to promote the development of diversified ag by providing these lots to people, right? So the intent was to diversify the ag industry. You can either sell it, you can trade it, but at least you're sustainable in some way, shape, or form. I kind of shudder at the 42 million that we're going to be looking at if we're 18 million short already. And I'm just looking at what the budget might be next year, knowing what the economy is like now. And so I just want to know that answer, Chair. How much money was invested in the Ag Park since its inception? How much revenue have been generated since then? And how much more money are we going to have to invest in the Ag Park if we're talking maybe about having workers housing on the ag lot? I mean, those are discussions that we're having, but all of that comes at cost. So I'm wondering if there could be some projection of that.
Okay, so to answer your one of them, you cannot put housing at the Kula Ag Park. So that's not going to be a cost that we're going to see in the future.
Okay.
I will tell you that for as long as I've been on this council, Kula Ag Park has been this, as far as the additional booster pump was 1 year that I've been around. That was one of the discussions, still not done. The acquisition of the committee